Chapter 2283. Is this a joke? Raindrop Saint rubbed his eyes as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Previously, he planned to let Xia Ping escape alone while he brought up the rear. Even if he had to risk his life, he had to let Xia Ping, who was the only one who wasn't poisoned, live. Only then would they have the chance to take revenge and not be completely annihilated. The reason why he did this was not because he had great sentiments, but because he had no other choice. If he didn't make such a rational decision, no one would be able to survive. However, he didn't expect that Xia Ping would show his prowess as soon as he shouted. Xia Ping's speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. He stabbed the metal elemental saint to death first. Then, the remaining 4 elemental saints raged as if they were cornered and wanted to gang up on him. However, before he could get nervous and the 4 elemental saints flew into a rage, Fengdu became enraged and stabbed the Earth Elemental Immortal Saint and Wood Elemental Saint to death. 3 Peak Immortal Saints died just like that without being able to resist. To be honest, if he hadn't fought these Elemental Saints before, he would have thought that these Elemental Saints were fake. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been stabbed to death so easily. No, this isn't a joke. It's real. This isn't a dream. Goldwind Saint swallowed his saliva and was dumbfounded. Previously, he had planned to ask Xia Ping to help him take revenge. Of course, he didn't have too much hope. After all, the other party was a team of 5 elemental saints. How could it be so easy to kill and take revenge? However, he didn't expect that Fengdu Saint would take out his spear and stab the 3 elemental saints to death. That was an immortal saint, a powerful saint with an immortal body. He was a terrifying monster that could regenerate even if only 1 cell was left. He was extremely ferocious. Even if these elemental saints wanted to kill him, they didn't rely on their own strength. They relied on the strange poison of the universe, the whirling calamity poison. However, Fengdu Saint was so terrifying that he didn't even rely on any poison to stab the 3 immortal saints to death. He was extremely ferocious. Since when was an immortal saint so weak that he could be killed so easily? Brother Fengdu is too strong. Is he really just an immortal saint? The same species as us. 3 peak immortal realm saints of the elemental clan were killed just like that? Dark Flame Saint didn't know what to say. He was the most embarrassed one right now. Previously, he had wanted to hand over all his treasures to Xia Ping, hoping that Xia Ping would take care of his descendants. After all, he still had many worries that he couldn't get rid of. But now, he hadn't even handed over the treasures on him when Xia Ping suddenly rose up and started a massacre. He stabbed 3 undying saints to death and instantly turned the entire situation around. He felt that things had changed too quickly, and he couldn't react in time. Raindrop Saint, Goldwind Saint, and Dark Flame Saint were just shocked, while the remaining Water Elemental Saint, Valadin, and Fire Elemental Saint, Delian, were so scared that they peed their pants. Their anger vanished along with the death of the 3 peak of immortal realm saints. When there were 4 of them just now, they still had a chance to compete with this human sage. They even had a great chance to kill this despicable human. But in the blink of an eye, before they could react, 3 of their own were stabbed to death. Fuck, what was there to fight? Was there anyone who bullied others like this? Could it be that this human was an ancient sage who deliberately disguised himself as an immortal saint to ambush them? To be honest, they couldn't help but doubt the power of this human sage. How could an ordinary immortal saint be so powerful? It was impossible. Water Elemental Saint Valadin and Fire Elemental Saint Delian glanced at each other and saw each other's intention to retreat. At this point, they couldn't fight against these human sages anymore. If they didn't run now, they would probably follow in the footsteps of the 3 immortal saints. But before the 2 of them started running, Xia Ping attacked again. His figure flickered and disappeared into the void. Like a bolt of lightning, he immediately appeared in front of the 2 immortal saints. Hell-suppressing demons spear forth move, destruction. The tip of the spear turned into a vortex. For a moment, the flow of space and time seemed to change. The void distorted and a terrifying power of hell surged out from the depths of the spear. Countless characters of hell surged out and seemed to emit an aura of destruction. Terrifying killing intent from the characters of hell pierced through the void. This was a divine ability that was even more terrifying than the previous two moves. No! Fire Elemental Saint Delian screamed. When he saw the spear blasting toward him, the tip of the spear produced a terrifying vortex and distorted the void. He immediately felt his hair stand on end. He felt that the spear was blasting toward him and produced a terrifying devouring force. This force contained a powerful suction force that almost sucked his soul out of his body. An uncontrollable fear surged out from the depths of his heart. Fire Elemental Saint Delian couldn't react in time. The spear directly pierced through his head. A destructive energy instantly spread throughout his body, seeping into every corner of his body. With a boom, its body immediately shattered. The elemental core in its body also exploded. Even the soul in the depths of its body completely collapsed, shaken to the point where it was reduced to its atomic state. It was completely destroyed and returned to the depths of the void. Delian, die. There's one left. Xia Ping turned around and looked at Valadin, the water elemental saint in the distance. Human, wait for me. My elemental race will not let you go. Valadin, the water elemental saint, shouted angrily with infinite hatred. At the same time, determination appeared in the depths of his pupils. Boom. In an instant he actually chose to self-destruct. His whole body shattered, producing a terrifying destructive force that covered millions of kilometers, destroying the world. Seeing this, the Raindrop Saint and others quickly retreated to avoid the power of this self-destruction. Xia Ping ran Dark North body protection technique to withstand the aftermath of such an explosion. All the explosive power that approached his body was quickly devoured and disappeared completely. It's really decisive. I didn't expect it to escape. Xia Ping felt a strange fluctuation coming from the depths of the void. When Valadin, the water elemental saint, self-destructed, a soul immediately flew away from his body. This speed was really too fast. It was even faster than the speed of light. It blended into the void and easily escaped from this place. There was no way to catch up with it. Obviously, Valadin, the water elemental saint, was extremely decisive. He would rather self-destruct his body and give up all his treasures to escape from this place. Just one negligence allowed Valadin to escape. Chapter 2284. Xia Ping, you've earned points. At this moment, Corinne's voice was heard. Points! Xia Ping immediately connected to the Universe Virtual Network and found that the matter of him killing the 4 peak immortal sages had been recorded. According to the system's judgment, he had earned 200 million points in one go. Killing 1 peak immortal sage was worth 50 million points, and killing 4 was worth 200 million. Seeing this number, he could not help but sigh. Back in the Holy Land of Taichu, he had to use all kinds of methods to earn points. But it was not as good as killing an immortal sage in the Mystic Zone. Indeed, war was the fastest way to earn money. Just this one time, he had earned a fortune that he could not earn even if he tried his best. Xia Ping grabbed the spatial rings left behind by the 4 immortal sages of the elemental race and the one that had escaped. The spatial rings contained a large number of treasures from those immortal sages. He scanned the spatial rings with his divine sense and sensed that there were indeed a large number of valuable treasures in them. Not to mention the points obtained from killing the immortal saints, just the treasures from the foreign races' saints would be extremely profitable. It could be said to be a sudden windfall. He was very satisfied with his harvest this time. Brother Fengdu, congratulations. You've killed 4 peak immortal sages. I'm afraid you've earned a lot this time. At this moment, the Raindrop Sage flew over and was full of admiration. Brother Fengdu, you've hidden your strength too well. I didn't expect you to have already advanced to the sempiternal realm. Compared to us, you're much stronger. The Gold-Wind Sage sighed. He did not expect Xia Ping to be this powerful. Although Xia Ping was already a sage at the sempiternal realm, 2 minor levels higher than them. The problem was that the 5 elemental sages were also peak immortal sages. Yet, Xia Ping killed them as easily as chopping vegetables. It was truly unbelievable. Brother Fengdu, thank you. Without you, we would have been finished, the Dark Flame Sage said gratefully. Dark Flame Saint said gratefully. That was their first battle since they came out. They thought that there wouldn't be any danger, but who would have thought that they would almost die? One could imagine how dangerous the mystic zones were. It was completely beyond their imagination. It's all right. We're all humans and we're on the same team. It's nothing. However, you've been poisoned. Are you feeling any better? Xia Ping inquired about the three's situation. Troublesome, this is very troublesome. The raindrop sage knitted his brows. Although we have temporarily suppressed the whirling calamity poison and prevented it from spreading, we will still die if we don't detoxify it. Yes, but there should be an antidote on Storm Island. When we return, we can detoxify it. The problem is that this antidote is probably very expensive. We haven't even made any money yet, and we're already in debt. Goldwind Saint revealed a bitter expression, feeling extremely sullen. Under normal circumstances, they were not allowed to receive points in advance. However, at this moment of life and death, out of humanitarianism, the human army would still save their lives first. As for the treatment fees, they would slowly repay them in the future. Without a doubt, the antidote to the whirling calamity poison was extremely valuable. They would probably suffer a huge loss this time. Dark Flame Saint was also very helpless, but compared to his death, this small loss was nothing. Why don't you let me try? Maybe I can solve this poison. Xia Ping said. He felt that although this poison was powerful, the golden crow hellfire in his body should be able to burn it. This kind of fire could purify all impurities and negative states. Really? Brother Fengdu, can you really do it? The raindrop sage and the others widened their eyes and looked at Xia Ping in pleasant surprise. If Xia Ping could detoxify the poison, they would be able to save a lot of money this time and would not have to live a life of debt. I also don't have absolute confidence. Maybe I can try. Xia Ping did not show that he was 100% confident. No problem, then let's try. The raindrop sage was very forthright. He was not worried that Xia Ping would plot against him. If he could save a lot of money, he was willing to let Xia Ping try. All right. Xia Ping did not refuse. He lightly tapped his finger on the raindrop sage's forehead. Immediately, a small cluster of golden crow hellfire in the depths of his body, as if it had a life of its own, instantly entered the raindrop sage's body. Then the infernal golden crow fire seeped into the raindrop sage's soul and easily enveloped his entire soul. The raindrop sage's body shook. He felt as if his soul was shrouded by the sun's rays. This kind of flame contained infinite vitality. This method was very dangerous. If Xia Ping had evil intentions, the raindrop sage would be completely finished. However, he had no such worries now. This wonderful flame power enveloped his soul, and the whirling poison that was eroding his soul melted like snow. Whoosh! Immediately, the whirling poison was evaporated by the flame power in a few breaths' time. It turned into wisps of black smoke that drifted out of his body. The raindrop sage immediately felt his soul become a lot more relaxed. It was as if he had been relieved of a heavy burden. Xia Ping did the same thing and removed the poison from the Dark Flame Sage's and the Goldwind Sage's bodies. Brother Fengdu, you are amazing. You are really amazing. I didn't expect you to really be able to remove the whirling poison. This is really incredible. I have never heard of anyone who could remove the whirling poison without taking the antidote. It is said that even if you take the antidote, your soul will be greatly damaged. You may not recover even if you rest for millions of years. However, we don't have any hidden dangers now. It's just that our souls are a little weak. The Raindrop Sage, the Dark Flame Sage, and the Goldwind Sage were extremely excited. They felt that the crisis on their bodies had been completely removed. There was no longer any danger to their lives. At the same time, they only felt that their bodies were a little weak, but their souls were not too seriously damaged. This made them even more surprised. Although the whirling poison in your bodies has been temporarily removed, the damage caused by the whirling poison is not small. It is not suitable for you to continue fighting for now. Go back and find a doctor to examine your bodies first. Xia Ping gave his suggestion. Brother Fengdu is right. Let's go back for now. After going through the crisis of life and death, The Raindrop Sage, the Dark Flame Sage, and the Goldwind Sage were deeply touched. They felt that they were really lacking and needed to improve. Otherwise, such a crisis would continue to come. At the same time, they had a deeper understanding of the dangers in the mystic area. It was really dangerous at every step. Chapter 2285. Just as Xia Ping and the rest were planning to return to Stormy Island, Valadin, the immortal saint of the elemental race, appeared in a meteorite zone in the Stormy Sea region and carefully hid. Due to the characteristics of the immortal body, its body quickly returned to its original state and was no longer in a soul state. However, because it chose to self-destruct, its soul was damaged. It would probably take a long time to recover to its previous peak state. This also lowered the probability of it ascending to the realm of the near-ancient saint. At this time, Valadin was carefully flying in the Stormy Sea region. It had to be careful because this was the 10,000 race battlefield. If it accidentally encountered a foreign race saint, it couldn't defeat them with its current strength and would only die. Damn it. Damn bitch. Damned human. Damned abominable. Valadin roared, unable to restrain his anger. You actually killed 4 of my life and death brothers, and even forced me to self-detonate so that I could barely escape, causing damage to my soul. This enmity is absolutely irreconcilable. I want you dead, human, I want you dead. It hated Xia Ping to the extreme, to the point where fire and water couldn't tolerate each other. Not to mention the fact that 4 of its life and death brothers had died in Xia Ping's hands. This hateful human caused it to self-destruct and damaged its soul, causing it to comprehend the law of space and have a slimmer chance of becoming a near-ancient saint. It wanted nothing more than to skin Xia Ping and tear him into pieces. This was even more hateful than killing one's father. No one could imagine how much Valadin hated Xia Ping, this damned human. It was as if billions of years of anger had erupted at this moment. However, it was still an immortal saint that had lived for billions of years and was very shrewd. After venting for a while, it completely calmed down and revealed a crazed look in the depths of its eyes. Stupid human, I'm afraid you haven't discovered that in the space ring I left behind, there are some treasures with my soul imprint. Valadin clenched its fists and gritted its teeth. As long as these treasures aren't destroyed, they are like spiritual coordinates. No matter where they go, I can sense them. Being able to sense them means that your whereabouts have been completely exposed. This will be the cause of your death. Leaving one's soul imprint on treasures was a very normal thing. Once these treasures had a soul imprint that belonged to him, it was as if they had become part of his body. No matter how far away he was, he would be able to sense them. Although such a connection would be cut off if the distance was too far or if there was some kind of power isolating it, as long as these treasures were still in the Stormy Sea region, such a connection could not be cut off. No, I can't waste any more time. I have to find someone to take revenge. Valadin gritted his teeth. If this human discovers the secret in the spatial ring, or if they take the opportunity to return to the human base, Storm Island, and sell all the treasures, then everything will be over. We won't be able to find any trace of this human anymore. Therefore, if we want to kill these humans, we have to find helpers and kill them within these 3 days before they return to Stormy Island. In the Stormy Sea region, there were not only the forces of the human clan, but also the forces of the elemental clan, the demon clan, and other peak clans. They also had comrades and vassal clans. These were all helpers. However, that human is too powerful. If we want to kill him, we must not let the immortal saint come. Otherwise, it would not be revenge, but rather, death. Valadin clenched his fists. Although it was unwilling to admit it, it had to admit that it was deeply afraid of that human. If it had not been for the fact that it had made a prompt decision and escaped quickly, it would have most likely died. This kind of strength was not something that an ordinary immortal saint could handle. Only a near-ancient saint, who was even stronger than an immortal saint, could kill him. Compared to this, it felt that it was really unbelievable. That damned human was clearly just a late immortal saint like it. How could he be so powerful? Since when did such a terrifying immortal saint appear among the humans? Looks like I can only look for Lord Cassio for this matter. He is already an early ancient saint and has comprehended the laws of space for 10 million years. He should be strong enough to kill that human. Valadin's eyes shone with a profound light. In fact, if it was possible, it even wanted to ask a middle ancient saint to crush the human with their strongest strength, so that the detestable human would not have a chance to escape. However, in the Stormy Sea region, the most powerful beings were late ancient saints who had comprehended the laws of space. As for experts at the level of middle ancient saints, they would not appear in a barren place like the Stormy Sea region. Therefore, it had no choice but to take a step back and choose Lord Cassio, who was an early ancient saint. Thinking of this, Valadin did not hesitate anymore. He immediately took out his communicator and contacted late ancient Saint Cassio. In the Stormy Sea region, countless islands stood in a palace on a nameless island. 7 elemental saints appeared in this palace. Among them, 6 were immortal saints. They had all reached the pinnacle of the immortal saint realm. The last one was late ancient Saint Cassio, who had comprehended the laws of space. As expected of Lord Cassio. He is too powerful. Isn't that so? Previously, there was a small team of human saints with at least 6 immortal saints. They had many treasures and were very powerful. However, after encountering Lord Cassio, they immediately fled like rats. Those foolish human saints still wanted to run? But how could they outrun Lord Cassio, who comprehended the laws of space? One move, just one move, and he pierced through countless layers of space. Those immortal saints were beaten to a state worse than death. Their souls were destroyed. Indeed, those immortal saints still wanted to self-destruct. They must be dreaming. Lord Cassio can pass through thousands of layers of space with a thought. How could they possibly self-destruct? No matter what they do, they will only struggle on their deathbed. With Lord Cassio here, we are practically invincible in the Stormy Sea region. Contribution points, treasures, they are all ours to plunder. Our lives are so comfortable. The immortal saints of the elemental race were proud of themselves. They kept sucking up to Cassio. After all, they could only be careful in the Stormy Sea region. They did not dare to be too arrogant. However, with the protection of late ancient Saint Cassio, they could practically do whatever they wanted in a barren land like the Stormy Sea region. Countless immortal saints would tremble in fear when they saw them. Their lives were no different from those of the retired emperor. Valadin is looking for me. Why is this kid looking for me? Previously, I wanted to recruit him and make him my subordinate. But now, he actually came looking for me on his own. Interesting. At this moment, Cassio noticed that his communicator was ringing. Chapter 2286. Valadin, why are you looking for me? Cassio said, if you have something to say, just say it. I still have things to do here, so I don't have much time to talk nonsense with you, understand? It spoke directly to Valadin, not wanting to beat around the bush. Lord Cassio, my brothers Paid, Delian and the others are all dead. They died in the hands of a human saint. Valadin clenched his fist. Dead. Hearing this, Cassio narrowed its eyes. It knew that Valadin had joined a 5-man team, an elite team formed by the 5 elemental races. Each of them was a peak undying saint. If these 5 joined hands, unless it was a near-ancient saint, no one would be able to do anything to them. Although they couldn't move unhindered in the Stormy Sea region like Cassio, very few could match them. But now, the undying saints around Valadin had actually died. This was simply unimaginable. Could it be that some near-ancient saint of the human race had set up a trap to ambush them? However, it wasn't particularly interested in this matter. If they're dead, then they're dead. What's the big deal? Don't tell me you don't know what kind of place this is? This is the Mystic Zones, a battlefield where tens of thousands of races fight for hegemony. How can there be no deaths here? After so many years, the number of undying saints of our elemental race that have fallen is not small. You and your brothers won't make a difference. It didn't care much about this matter because it wasn't very familiar with Valadin's group. It didn't care that a few of them had died. It was as if it was listening to the news. Although everyone was from the elemental race, the problem was that the elemental race was too big. It was a peak race that could rival the human race. Even the saints didn't know how many of them there were. With such numbers, they weren't particularly close to each other. Unless there was a war between the elemental race, they would only take care of themselves. Lord Cassio, I don't wish to beat around the bush with you. Let me tell you directly. I want to take revenge and kill that human race saint. Therefore, I hope that Lord Cassio can take action. Valadin gritted his teeth and stated his goal. Valadin, are you crazy? Cassio looked at Valadin as though he was looking at a lunatic. Your brother was killed, and you actually want to seek revenge from me? Do you think that I'm your father and can be ordered around by you as you please? Of course, if you have any precious treasures on you that can catch my eye, it's not impossible to ask me for help. Its eyes revealed a greedy look. Although Valadin was an immortal saint and should not be as rich as him, sometimes he might accidentally obtain some rare universal treasures as a trump card. If these treasures caught his eye, it was not impossible for him to sell them. Perhaps he could take the opportunity to make a fortune. No, I don't have any treasures on me. In order to escape, I left all my treasures on the battlefield. Now I am penniless. Valadin said solemnly. Get lost. Why are you talking about money? It turns out that you're poor. It's a waste of time talking to you. You should be glad that you're a saint of the elemental race. If it wasn't for the rule that we can't kill our own kind, you would have been killed by me dozens of times. Cassio was infuriated when he heard that. He had actually spent so much time talking to this poor fellow, and this fellow was still trying to get him to help him take revenge. He really did not know if he was crazy or if this fellow was crazy. Cassio, I did not look for you for no reason, nor was I trying to trick you. Valadin said seriously, the ones who killed my brother were a team of human saints. There were a total of 5 of them, and all of them were immortal saints. The strongest among them was at sempiternal advanced stage, while the rest were only at sempiternal primary stage. Moreover, 4 of the sempiternal primary stage saints were already poisoned by our whirling calamity poison and were half dead. Right now, they are just a bunch of defeated soldiers, easy to kill. Bullshit, continue bullshit. If it's true, why were you the only one left? Even you could only self-detonate and escape. Cassio did not believe the other party's words at all. Everything I said is the truth. I have recorded the battle earlier. There are video clips here. You can check them, and you'll know if I'm telling the truth or not. Valadin immediately sent the video over. With a beep, Cassio immediately received the other party's video message and clicked to open it. A moment later, his interest was piqued. Interesting. Based on the content of the video, it seems like that sempiternal advanced stage human saint personally made a move and killed all of you within a few breaths. To think that a mere sempiternal advanced stage human saint would possess such combat prowess. This is truly inconceivable. After watching the video, Cassio completely believed Valadin's words. After all, there was no falsehood in the video. Indeed, I also feel that this matter is inconceivable. However, there is one thing that I am certain of. He is definitely only at the sempiternal realm. He has yet to comprehend the laws of space. His cultivation realm is far below yours, Lord Cassio. Valadin said grimly, of course, I have to admit that this human is definitely a monstrous genius of the human race. His combat prowess far surpasses those of the same cultivation realm. Even with the 5 of us working together, we are still no match for him. However, Lord Cassio is different. As a near-ancient sage who has comprehended the laws of space, your combat prowess far surpasses these immortal saints. As long as Lord Cassio makes a move personally, I believe that you will be able to deal with them easily. After hearing this, Cassio did not say anything. A cunning glint flickered in his eyes. He seemed to be thinking about something. Thinking up to this point, Valadin decided to make the next move. Lord Cassio, this is our only chance. If we miss it, it will be gone forever. When they return to the human race's base, Storm Island, we will no longer be able to kill them. Furthermore, I believe that you also know that the human race has a special reward for killing a human saint. The reward might even surpass that of killing a near-ancient sage. Under normal circumstances, such human geniuses would definitely not be alone. They would be protected by experts. Under normal circumstances, it would be very difficult to kill them. In fact, they might even have many means of escape. At this point, its tone changed. Of course, if you are unwilling, I can look for the help of other lords. I believe that they would be more than happy to lend a hand and obtain the credit for this. If they could kill a human genius, even peak races like the elemental race would receive a huge reward. Such a reward would surpass that of an ordinary immortal saint. It did not believe that Cassio would not be tempted. Wait. As expected, after hearing this, Cassio immediately waved his hand. He felt that he could not allow the other near-ancient sages to snatch the credit for this. He immediately said, "What you said is not unreasonable. Killing a saint of the elemental race is a heinous crime. A human saint like this should be punished by everyone. Where are those humans? I will go and kill them." He was indeed tempted. If the other party had a near-ancient sage, he would definitely not help them. However, the team of human sages only had 4 early immortal realm experts. A late immortal realm human genius was simply too weak to deal with. If he could kill those human saints, it would be like picking up a free credit. There was no reason for him not to accept such a deal. "Don't worry, Lord Cassio. I have already kept a close eye on their location. I will definitely not let them escape." Valadin was instantly overjoyed. He could finally ask this near-ancient sage to help him. Chapter 2287. One day later, on an uninhabited island in the stormy sea region. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, ripples appeared in the void and a few figures appeared in the sky above the uninhabited island. These figures were none other than the ancient sage Cassio and his 6 sempiternal realm pinnacle subordinates. "Come out, Valadin." The ancient sage Cassio shouted into the void. Whoosh! Countless water droplets flew over and in a few breaths' time, they transformed into a human figure. This person was the water elemental sage Valadin. He hid on this island and recuperated peacefully. Now his body had recovered by more than half. Only the injuries on his soul could not be healed. Even so, he could still unleash 70% to 80% of his previous strength. "Lord Cassio, you're finally here. I've been waiting here for a long time." Seeing Cassio and the others arrive, Valadin was overjoyed. Then he looked at Cassio with a strange expression. He felt that Cassio was making a mountain out of a molehill. He was only dealing with a few human immortal sages, and 3 of them were already injured. Even if Cassio alone attacked, he could easily deal with those human sages. But now, the other had brought 6 peak of immortal realm subordinates of his. It looked like he had come with all his forces. Wasn't he too cautious or too cowardly? In fact, he had heard of Cassio's reputation. He was known as the most cowardly ancient sage. He was a sage who comprehended the law of space, yet he was extremely cowardly. If he did not have 100% confidence, he would definitely not attack. In fact, staying in the stormy sea region could no longer increase the cultivation of a sage. Yet, this guy still shamelessly stayed in the stormy sea region. It was like a max-level player staying in the novice village to bully others. How shameless! Of course, he did not dare to say this out loud. Otherwise, he would definitely suffer. Moreover, Cassio's cautiousness was also beneficial to him. At least, those human sages were doomed. They had no chance of escaping. Cut the crap. Where are those human sages? Immediately report their whereabouts. If they've already returned to Stormy Island, I won't care about this anymore. Cassio waved his hand and stared at Valadin. If those humans had returned to Stormy Island, the base camp of the human clan, or even if they were close, it would not attack them. After all, it did not want to die. It wasn't stupid enough to kill people near the human race's base camp. "Don't worry, Lord Cassio. I have been tracking and monitoring their movements for the past day." Valadin immediately said, "Their spaceship is still too slow. According to their route, it will take them at least 4 more days to return to Stormy Island. Furthermore, they didn't discover the backup plan I left in the space ring. If we chase them now, we will definitely be able to catch them off guard." A sinister look appeared on its face. For the sake of revenge, no matter how cautious it was, it would never be too much. "That's good. Lead the way. I'll go kill that bunch of human race sages right now." Cassio was brimming with killing intent. He could not wait to rush up and kill those human race sages to obtain merits. All right. Valadin nodded and naturally obeyed. An immortal immediately took out a spaceship and let Valadin and the rest board. Then, the spaceship quickly started and chased after Xia Ping's group. It wouldn't be long before they found Xia Ping's group and killed all those damned humans. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Another day had passed. At this moment, Waterdrop was getting closer and closer to Stormy Island. They would be able to return in 3 days. Waterdrop Sage and the rest were chatting. Sigh, we were really unlucky this time. I didn't expect to encounter such a powerful enemy. If it wasn't for Brother Fengdu's help, I'm afraid we would all be finished. Waterdrop Sage sighed. Isn't that so? Although we already knew that the mystic zones were extremely dangerous places, and even many immortal sages died every year, we never expected it to be this dangerous. This is only our first mission, yet we already encountered such a life-or-death situation. It seems like we underestimated the danger of the mystic zones. Goldwind Sage also felt the same. Recalling the despair and helplessness from before, he wished he had never come to this place. This was the first time he felt so close to death. Yeah, seems like us rookies are still too dangerous in the mystic zones. We don't know all kinds of combat knowledge. Dark Flame Sage said, after returning to Stormy Island, we should find a veteran squad to join. Only with some veterans looking after us can we survive in the mystic zones. Otherwise, if we don't die this time, we will definitely die next time. Originally, he didn't want to join other sage squads so soon. He felt that it would be very restrictive. However, after experiencing this life and death crisis, he immediately changed his opinion. In such a dangerous place like the mystic zones, without the help of veterans, they would easily die. Their most important task now was to accumulate combat experience in the mystic zones. Indeed, I also agree with this suggestion. If we want to survive in the mystic zones, we still need the experience of our seniors. We were too arrogant before. After living in other safe regions for too long, we forgot the feeling of danger. Little did we know that there are many ways to kill immortal sages in the mystic zones. A mere immortal body is nothing. Indeed. In short, this time, I've completely woken up. It made me clearly understand how dangerous the mystic zones are. Raindrop Sage, Dark Flame Sage, and Goldwind Sage sighed. They finally came to realize that a place as dangerous as the mystic zones was not a place that mere immortal sages could play around. If they were not careful, they would all die. Xia Ping didn't say anything. He also felt that it was time to disband this squad. His strength was much stronger than Raindrop Sage's. They were simply not on the same level. If they encountered a weak enemy, they wouldn't need to do anything. But if they encountered a powerful enemy, they would only be a burden. No matter what, they were not suitable to stay together. Originally, he wanted to continue accumulating some experience. But now, it seemed that there was no need to be too cautious. With his current strength, he was completely confident in surviving in the mystic zones. There's an enemy. Suddenly, Xia Ping narrowed his eyes. His body spread out and covered a radius of 40 light years. It was silent and easily integrated into every part of the void. Immediately, waves of spatial ripples appeared in the void. An elemental spaceship emerged from the void. The spaceship emitted a familiar aura. It seemed to be the water elemental sage, Valadin, who had previously escaped. Chapter 2288. Interesting. Including the water elemental saint, there are 7 peak immortal saints and 1 near ancient era saint who comprehended the law of space. Xia Ping narrowed his eyes and sat on the sofa. His consciousness blended into the void without a sound. In the mystic zones, divine sense exploration was a very important auxiliary ability. This was because it was simply impossible for ordinary detection instruments to explore the mystic zones. This was because the signal interference in this place was too serious. There were either strong interference electromagnetic waves, gravitational field disorder, or the blowing of space storms. In order to detect the surrounding environment, the only reliable ability was the cultivator's own divine sense. This kind of power could easily blend into the void, just like the descent of a domain. Once any foreign object invaded the immortal saint's spiritual domain, it would be discovered immediately. Xia Ping's consciousness was too powerful. It could cover a radius of 40 light years. Even a peak near ancient era saint's consciousness range could not compare to his. In fact, his consciousness power was extremely pure and high level. Even a near-ancient saint would not be able to detect his consciousness power. Usually, Xia Ping would discover the enemy before they could even get close. And now, Valadin and the others thought that they were being secretive were discovered by him. They dared to come back after escaping. Seems like they are quite confident in dealing with me. Xia Ping thought to himself, however, this strength is indeed incredible. 7 peak immortal realm experts, 1 early ancient immortal realm expert, and 1 late immortal realm expert are more than enough to deal with 3 early immortal realm experts and 1 late immortal realm expert. If it was an ordinary immortal saint, they might have succeeded. They would not even have a chance to escape. After all, near ancient era saints were too powerful. But this is good too. I was just worrying about not having a chance to get more points. I didn't expect these elemental saints to come to me personally. That's great. He was delighted. These foreign saints were seeking death. They came to him personally. It seemed like it saved him a lot of effort in searching for enemies. Killing 7 peak immortal saints and 1 near ancient era saint would give him at least 450 million points. This was a huge harvest. Ordinary immortal saints could not get this much wealth even after billions of years. After all, it was too difficult to kill an immortal or a near-ancient era saint who comprehended the law of space. If he was not careful, the other party might escape. But how did they know our whereabouts? The water drop doesn't have any pattern. And I didn't sense any aura of that elemental saint. Could it have left some imprint on me? Xia Ping's eyes flashed. With a thought, his consciousness immediately penetrated into the 5 interspatial rings he had obtained previously. These were all obtained from the elemental race's sages. One of them came from the immortal saint of the water elemental race. Rumble. At that moment, he immediately sensed that there seemed to be several arcane treasures within the space ring that contained the immortal saint's soul imprint. He could vaguely sense a strange spiritual connection with the outside world. So that's how it is. No wonder you know the whereabouts of the water drop. It turns out that the space ring contains the elemental saint's treasure. The treasure also contains the saint's soul imprint. With this soul imprint, you can easily sense it even if it's far away. Xia Ping came to a sudden realization. He also understood the means of the elemental race saint. It was no wonder that he had not discovered the enemy's whereabouts before. Only when the enemy was close to him would the enemy reveal some clues. This was because the range of the soul imprint far exceeded the range of the divine sense. However, the divine sense was a range, while the soul imprint was only a point. It could only be communicated with the mind and barely know the specific location. He couldn't help but be vigilant. It seemed that he would have to be even more careful in the mystic zones. If the other party left any hidden traps behind, he might not even know how he died. Xiao xiao xiao. At this moment, hundreds and thousands of beams of light suddenly shot out from the void, seemingly tearing the void apart as they bombarded the water drop. Damn it! Enemy attack! It's an enemy attack! Quick, get out of the dripping water. Damn it, who is it? Raindrop Sage, Dark Flame Sage and Goldwind Sage, who were chatting idly, immediately felt a fatal killing intent. They made a prompt decision and immediately flew out of the raindrop. Xia Ping also followed them. With a few thuds, the beams of light became extremely terrifying. They seemed to contain the power of the space law and instantly pierced through the raindrop. It was almost torn apart. Damn it! Who dares to destroy my raindrop? Seeing the damaged water drop, the raindrop sage hurriedly put the spaceship away. He was in great pain because the repair cost of the spaceship was very high. Previously, it hadn't been damaged by the 5 immortal sages, but now it was damaged. He was furious. Damn it, it's the elemental race saint. It's the water elemental race saint who escaped earlier. Goldwind Sage was very sharp. He immediately sensed the figures walking out from the void. One of them was the water elemental race Saint Valadin. This guy was actually standing side by side with the 6 peak immortal race saints. He had an arrogant and mocking expression on his face as if his plot had succeeded. Damn it, this is troublesome. The other party has found helpers and is here for revenge. Dark Flame Saint's expression turned gloomy. He knew that the other party must have something to rely on if he dared to come again. If he wasn't confident, he wouldn't dare to chase after them for revenge. He felt the terrifying killing intent in the void. It was as if there was an ambush from all sides. Revenge? It was beaten half to death by Brother Fengdu and had to self-destruct to escape. Yet, it still dares to come for revenge? Is it crazy? Goldwind Sage felt that it was unbelievable. Hearing this, Valadin's expression turned ugly. Human, don't be arrogant. This time, I've found helpers from the elemental race. You will die for sure. The whirling calamity poison in your bodies has been cured. Do you have the antidote? But it's useless. Even if the poison is cured, you will still die. Rumble, as soon as he finished speaking, another figure walked out from the void. It was incomparably majestic. It was over 10 meters tall and looked like a god. It was surrounded by a terrifying spatial aura as if thousands of layers of space had appeared on the surface of its body. It seemed to have appeared in a different dimension. It was clearly in this universe, but its true body couldn't be captured. It's over. This is a near-ancient saint. A near-ancient saint who comprehended the spatial law. Raindrop Sage, Goldwind Sage, and Dark Flame Saint's faces turned ashen. Chapter 2289. Near Ancient Saint. These 4 words were like a mountain lying in the depths of the hearts of the Raindrop Saint, Dark Flame Saint, and Goldwind Saint, making it hard for them to breathe. Although Undying Saints and Near Ancient Saints were only one realm apart, the difference in power was like heaven and earth. They weren't even on the same level. In terms of magic power, a Near Ancient Saint could contend against 100 Undying Saints. Not to mention, Near Ancient Saints comprehended the space law and could use it to traverse thousands of layers of space with a thought. One attack could reach the enemy's main body through thousands of layers of space. No matter how many Undying Saints there were, they wouldn't be able to resist such power. After all, Undying Saints couldn't even reach the main body of a Near Ancient Saint, so how could they kill him? Therefore, it wasn't hard to imagine their despair after hearing that a Near Ancient Saint had appeared here. With such an expert around, they couldn't escape or live. It's over, it's all over now. Damn, why are we so unlucky? 5 peak Undying Saints were fine, but now a Near Ancient Saint has appeared. Even the heavens want us to die. I heard that some old people in the Stormy Sea region might not encounter a Near Ancient Saint even once in thousands of years. We've just left and already encountered one. Is there any justice in this world? With a Near Ancient Saint here, we can't beat him. We can only run. The 4 of us should scatter and escape. That's our only hope. Raindrop Saint, Dark Flame Saint, and Goldwind Saint's faces were ashen. They never thought that they would be this unlucky. Even a Near Ancient Saint had appeared. They didn't want to fight back, so they could only escape. If one of them could escape, the other would live. Xia Ping's expression was still calm as he looked at the elemental saints. Lord Cassio. Seeing Cassio appear, Valadin and the other Undying Saints lowered their heads to show respect. Human, I'm the Ice Elemental Race's Near Ancient Saint, Cassio. Cassio looked down at Xia Ping's group as if he was looking at ants. You should be honored to have the chance to die in my hands. This is your luck accumulated over countless years. You can struggle as much as you want, but it's my loss if one of you can survive. Rumble. As soon as it finished speaking, an extremely terrifying chill emanated from its body, covering a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers. In an instant, everything within a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers was frozen. It was as if even space itself had been frozen. This domain had turned into a world of ice, and everything was snow-white. This chill contained the power of the laws of space, and even space could not escape the binding and freezing of the cold chi. Raindrop Saint, Dark Flame Saint, and Goldwind Saint immediately felt a bone-piercing cold. Even their thoughts seemed to have become sluggish and the blood in their bodies was about to freeze. Only at this moment did they feel the power of a near-ancient saint. This was the power of someone who had comprehended the law of space. His every move seemed to be able to mobilize the power of the law of the universe. It was impossible to resist. So this is the power of a saint from ancient times. He's too powerful. In the distance, Valadin was also amazed. Although he had previously looked down on Cassio for being as timid as a mouse, he felt that it was a disgrace to the reputation of a saint in the near-ancient era to be so cautious. However, after sensing Cassio's power, he immediately abandoned such thoughts. This was the power of the laws that far surpassed the immortal realm. If Cassio wanted to, even he would be killed here. This was the difference between heaven and earth. Stupid humans, die under the ice. Cassio's expression was ferocious. He wanted to mobilize all his power to attack the Raindrop Saint and the others. Fight him to the death. So what if he's a near-ancient saint? He has to pay the price if he wants to kill us. Fight. Even if we die, we have to teach him a lesson. The Raindrop Saint, Dark Flame Saint, and Goldwind Saint roared. They were not willing to die like this. Even if they died, they had to show their bravery as saints of the human race. Valadin and the others' expressions were ferocious. They followed behind Cassio, ready to support him at any time. They sealed the void, not giving the human saints a chance to escape. The battle between the two sides was on the verge of breaking out. At this moment, an extremely terrifying aura was transmitted from the void. This aura made the Raindrop Saint shudder in fear, and he couldn't help but turn around to look. Not only the Raindrop Saint and the others, even Valadin, Cassio, and the other saints looked over. They also felt a huge threat. At this moment, Xia Ping took out a pearl. This was the Pearl of Mountains and Rivers that had been upgraded to a high-grade saint artifact. Suppress. With a thought, Xia Ping threw the bead out. Immediately, the pearl rotated in the void. A huge and vast formation emerged from its body, covering a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers. This was the map of mountains and rivers from the space of the Pearl of Mountains and Rivers. In an instant, the void that spanned hundreds of millions of miles underwent earth-shattering changes. It was as if the void was surging. One mountain after another rose from the ground, one river after another flowed through the void, and one tree after another and weeds grew from the depths of the void. It was as if the starry sky of the universe had turned into a real world. It was as if a world had enveloped the area, forming a powerful spatial barrier in the surroundings. No one, not even a near-ancient saint, could escape from the map of mountains and rivers. They were like turtles in a jar. High-grade saint artifact. Brother Fengdu actually has a high-grade saint artifact. The Raindrop Saint, the Dark Flame Saint, and the Goldwind Saint could not help but widen their eyes. They did not expect Xia Ping to have such a powerful artifact. After all, it was already not bad for an ordinary immortal saint to have a low-grade saint artifact. If they came from a powerful faction or had a fortuitous encounter, they might be able to get a mid-grade saint artifact. However, it was impossible for them to get a high-grade saint artifact. The difference in value was countless times. They could clearly feel the tyrannical formation diagram coming down from the bead and suppressing the void. Such a magical treasure was at least a high-grade divine artifact, and such power could even contend with a saint that was near ancient times. Damn it, this human actually has a high-grade saint artifact. How is this possible? Why would a human saint with such a powerful background appear in such a barren place like the Stormy Sea region? The near-ancient Saint Cassio's expression was extremely ugly. He had been cautious all his life and never acted rashly. He only did things that he was confident in. He did not even deal with troublesome opponents. Only by keeping a low profile could he survive until now. However, after keeping a low profile for so long and peacefully developing to this point, he was now so unlucky that he had kicked an iron plate. What kind of joke was this? Chapter 2290. Damn it, this is a high-grade sacred artifact. It contains powerful laws and can seal space. Even a near-ancient sage would not be able to escape from this formation in a short period of time. Valadin felt a fatal sense of danger. Moreover, this formation seems to have appeared just to seal space and prevent us elemental sages from escaping. Damn it, how can this human be so arrogant to this extent? He took out a high-grade sacred artifact just to seal our escape route. Is he so confident that he can kill us? He clenched his fists tightly as if he could feel the boundless confidence of this human sage. Such confidence could not have come from nowhere, nor could it be that the human in front of him was acting silly. None of the existences that could ascend to the undying sage stage were stupid. Since the other party dared to do such a thing, it proved that he had absolute confidence. Their mission this time around was really dangerous. They might have really kicked an iron plate. This human is so arrogant. Looks like he really does have some ability. I cannot take the risk. I have to ask for help. I have to ask the nearby comrades to come and kill this human. Cassio immediately sent out a distress signal. Valadin also sensed Cassio's distress signal. He was completely dumbfounded. He could not believe that Cassio would be so cowardly. The other party was clearly just a sempiternal advanced stage sage. All he took out was a high-grade sacred artifact. As a near-ancient sage, Cassio should not be too afraid of him. It was like an 8-year-old child wielding a sharp saber to fight against an adult. It might seem threatening, but that was all. However, this fellow actually sent out a distress signal when there was only a hint of threat. Just how thick-skinned must a near-ancient sage be to do something like this? After all, as a near-ancient sage, it was extremely embarrassing for him to be scared by a sempiternal sage to the point of asking for help from his own race and comrades. It was a great humiliation. If word got out, he would become the laughingstock of the elemental race. If it was him, he would rather die than ask for help. However, this Cassio did such a humiliating thing without hesitation. He was extremely shameless. What an idiot. Cassio could also see Valadin's disdain, but it didn't take it to heart. Being cautious was its philosophy of survival. The undying saints and geniuses of the same generation as it had all fallen in the mystic zones. Only a mediocre genius like it could survive until now by relying on its cautiousness and planning step by step. It even managed to ascend to the near-ancient saint realm. As for dignity, it was nothing compared to his own life. Only those shameless people could survive longer on the battlefield. All right, under the suppression of the stately painting, none of you can escape. Now all of you can die. Xia Ping calmly looked at Cassio and the other saints. Terrifying killing intent emanated from his body, permeating through every corner of the void. Even space was unable to withstand such bone-piercing killing intent, as though the entire void had been frozen. You can't escape? Little human, who do you think you are? You think you can act arrogantly here just because you have a high-grade saint artifact? Simply a fool's dream. We near-ancient saints are all here. How arrogant can a mere undying saint like you be? Tack, kill him and tear him into pieces. Let's see what other tricks he has up his sleeve. On the other hand, Cassio's 6 sempiternal realm sages of the elemental tribe were thoroughly enraged by Xia Ping's words. Even though the human had a saint high-tier artifact on him that could significantly boost his fighting prowess, they still had the advantage in numbers. Moreover, they had the support of a near-ancient saint, which gave them an absolute advantage. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the 6 immortal saints of the elemental race attacked from all directions. One after another, their mental domains suppressed the void. Violent elemental energy exploded, attempting to crush Xia Ping into pieces. Not bad, you have guts. However, this is also a last-ditch struggle. Xia Ping grabbed with his hand and immediately took out a treasure he had obtained from hell, the morning staff. The moment the morning staff appeared, a bone-chilling coldness from hell permeated the boundless void. At the same time, ghostly wails and wolf howls could be heard, causing every corner of the void to tremble. It was as if there were billions of demons wailing, howling, and screaming at this moment. It was chilling. Vaguely, there seemed to be countless demons, ghosts, and devils surging out from behind him. It was as if the gates of hell had opened in the depths of the void. His body emitted a terrifying aura of the god of the underworld. Xia Ping gripped the morning staff tightly and showed no mercy. He performed the first move of the 5 subduing techniques, dizziness. He circulated the enormous magic power in his body and communicated with the power of hell in the morning staff. Then he struck at the void. Immediately, ripples that could be seen by the naked eye surged out from the morning staff. Layers of terrifying consciousness shockwaves were transmitted from the morning staff. They were like ocean waves, constantly beating the void. Layers of shockwaves overlapped and seemed to form millions of terrifying resonance. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With just one strike, the 6 sempiternal saints of the elemental race were immediately stunned. It was as if they had been struck by lightning. Their souls were hit hard. Their souls could not withstand such strange soul fluctuations. These sound waves seemed to form the patterns of the laws of sound waves, crushing over and causing the universe to shake and resonate. Then they were directly knocked unconscious. White balls appeared in their eyes and their sea of consciousness was blank. They had no idea what state they were in. It was as if they had become idiots. Bang, bang, bang. Xia Ping's figure flashed and he struck again with the morning staff. This time, he struck the heads of the 6 sempiternal saints. Immediately, their heads were smashed like watermelons. At the same time, an invisible and strange power was transmitted into the depths of their souls. Their souls were also shattered. Even the elemental cores in their bodies were shattered. Just like that, the 6 sempiternal saints of the elemental race were killed by the morning staff. They could not fight back at all. As expected of the morning staff. It's really powerful. Xia Ping was very satisfied with the endless power of the morning staff. A single strike from the morning staff was unstoppable. If one's consciousness was not strong enough, one strike could knock them unconscious. Then these sempiternal saints could not fight back at all. At this time, Corinne's voice was heard. Xia Ping, 6 sempiternal saints are dead. One death is worth 50 million points. Now that you've killed 6, you've gained 300 million points. You've made a huge profit. You've become rich overnight. It excitedly sent a message to the universe virtual network. Don't worry, Master. Just kill them. With the mountain river pearl suppressing the void, these sempiternal saints will definitely not be able to escape. The green ox felt that after it advanced to a high-grade sage artifact, it was a little invincible. Even the sempiternal saints of the near ancient era could not escape the suppression of its mountain river map. Chapter 2291. Holy crap, what kind of artifact is that? How could it kill 6 peak immortal saints with one strike? Seeing the 6 peak immortal saints die, Cassio was scared to death, his face ashen. Even he couldn't kill 6 immortal saints in a blink of an eye. It wasn't hard to imagine that this bastard was not just an immortal saint. He might even be a near-ancient saint who had hidden his cultivation. Otherwise, there was no way to explain how this kid could have such powerful fighting power. I've kicked an iron plate. This time, I've really kicked an iron plate. Help, I must ask for help. As long as I can hold on until my allies and comrades come, I have a chance to live. Cassio gritted his teeth, his face ferocious. He frantically sent out signals for help because he could feel the aura of death from Xia Ping. At this moment, his little life seemed frozen. Even 6 peak immortal saints were killed with one strike. With his current strength, he didn't have much hope, even if he was a near-ancient saint who had comprehended the space principle. After all, the difference was the difference. Strength was strength. It couldn't be faked. In the Stormy Sea region, there were many elemental saints and their vassal races. They were scattered in every corner of the sea, competing with other races. Once he called for help, these elemental saints and their vassal races' saints would come. As long as he could hold on until his allies arrived, he would have a chance to live. In a short time, this kind of call for help spread to every corner of the Stormy Sea region. All the elemental saints and vassal races' saints received this message. What? An immortal saint with a high-grade sacred artifact and a mysterious treasure killed 6 peak immortal saints in a few breaths? He even scared a near-ancient saint into asking for help? Many saints of the elemental race were shocked when they heard the news. My God, what kind of immortal saint is that? How can he be so terrifying? He actually forced a near-ancient saint to send out a call for help. Seems like that human immortal saint is really something. How about it? Should we go and save them? Save my ass. How can we save them? We aren't even near ancient saints. If we go there, we'll just die. That's right. With our strength, we'll just die. Maybe we'll be killed by that human saint if we get close. Indeed. Moreover, even if we, the elemental race, asked for help, didn't the human race's saint ask for help? If we rush there, it will definitely be a war between the humans and the elemental race. At that time, there will be countless casualties. If I can kill that human genius, I'm sure I'll be rewarded handsomely. Unfortunately, it's too dangerous. His strength is frighteningly strong. If I go, I'm afraid I'll be killed. How could I possibly get a reward? Cassio can only be considered unlucky, actually encountering such a monster human. An undying killing ancient, truly inconceivable. After receiving the news, many elemental sages discussed among themselves. However, they only discussed for a while and did not plan to rescue Cassio. After all, that human race monster could kill 6 undying sages in a few breaths of time and scare a near-ancient sage into asking for help. Such strength was enough to scare most undying sages. If there was a chance to rescue them, they wouldn't mind doing it, but the danger was too great. Going there would be suicide, and they had the right to refuse such a suicide mission. Moreover, this was the Mystic Zone, a place where tens of thousands of races fought for hegemony. How could there be no deaths? Cassio could only blame his bad luck for encountering such a monster of the human race. Even so, a few near-ancient sages from the elemental race rushed over. That coward Cassio actually asked for help. That brat always stays in a safe place like the stormy sea region to bully the undying sages. Never thought he would ask for help one day. Being forced to this extent, how interesting. Regardless of whether Cassio is a coward or not, he is still a near-ancient sage of our elemental race, an important combat power. He can't die in the hands of the human race like this. We must save him. That's right. Moreover, killing an ancient sage as an undying, this strength is definitely a famous monster of the human race. If we can kill him now, we'll definitely be able to heavily injure a portion of the human race's strength and obtain a special reward from the race. Let's speed up, or else I'm afraid Cassio won't be able to hold on. Don't be anxious. No matter how weak Cassio is, he is still a near-ancient sage that comprehended the spatial laws. With his strength, he should be able to hold on for a few days without dying. There's still time. Indeed, resisting and killing are 2 different concepts. Moreover, Cassio has many trump cards, so he shouldn't die so easily. Some near-ancient sages of the elemental race received the news and quickly rushed over. However, they were very far from the place where Cassio was asking for help. Even if they wanted to rush over, it would take a very long time. Now, they could only pray that Cassio could hold on for a little longer, at least until they arrived. Master. At this time, the green ox said, "We must kill that near-ancient sage of the elemental race as soon as possible. If I'm not wrong, this guy should have already sent out a distress signal. The other party is a near-ancient sage of the elemental race, and the elemental race is also one of the peak races. They have a huge influence in the stormy sea region. If such a distress signal is sent out, it will definitely attract some powerful enemies. Maybe even ancient sages will appear. That's right, we can't delay any longer. If we wait for the elemental race's reinforcements to arrive, then it will be troublesome." Corinne nodded. He also rarely agreed with the green ox's opinion. He felt that this war had to be settled quickly and absolutely couldn't give the elemental race time to wait for reinforcements. Don't worry, it won't take 3 moves to kill it. Xia Ping's eyes revealed a trace of cold light, his killing intent boiling. In an instant, his figure flashed like lightning, using Kunpeng steps. His entire body easily blended into the void, silently approaching the near-ancient sage Cassio. What's going on? Why is his speed so fast? Cassio was scared to death. This speed had already surpassed the immortal sage's speed. Even the speed of a near-ancient sage shuttling through space was no more than this. He didn't dare to talk nonsense. He operated the magic power in his body and mobilized the space law. In a breath's time, his body shuttled through thousands of layers of space, trying to avoid Xia Ping's attack. Want to run? Too late. Xia Ping held the morning staff in his hand and once again struck down. Soul subduing 5 techniques, second technique, delay. With a bang, grayish-white light rays blossomed from the morning staff. They pierced through the void, shuttled through countless layers of space, and silently bombarded Cassio's body. With just one attack, Cassio's entire body seemed to slow down. The surrounding power of laws instantly became chaotic, as if the surrounding void had turned into a swamp vortex, tearing his body apart. Chapter 2292. Oh no, what kind of power is this? Why have my movements slowed down? Cassio was dumbfounded. He could not understand what was happening. It was as if the grayish-white light had interfered with its body, and even its understanding of the spatial laws had undergone a huge change, as if it had been affected by the law of deceleration. The space that had merged with his body seemed to have turned into a swamp. His body had fallen into the swamp and he could not penetrate through the void quickly. It's over. It's over. At this moment, Cassio's heart was filled with endless despair. He could feel the terrifying killing intent coming from the depths of the void. It seemed to have enveloped his entire body. It was obvious that the human race sage had already locked onto his soul. There was nowhere for him to hide. Damn it. You want to kill me, Cassio? Dream on. Even if I die, I will drag someone down with me. Cassio's eyes were filled with madness after being forced into a corner. Even a rabbit would bite when it was cornered, let alone a near-ancient sage like him. He was just being cautious. He was not as timid as a mouse. If he needed to put his life on the line, he would put his life on the line. He would not lose to anyone in terms of courage. Absolute zero, icebound world. Cassio shouted angrily. He operated the spatial laws in his body. A terrifying chill immediately spread out from his body and formed a huge domain world. Boom! Immediately, the area within a radius of 1,000,000 miles was enveloped by this white chill. The entire void was frozen. It seemed as if the starry sky was distorted by this power. Any living creature that entered this icebound domain would be frozen. Not only his magic power, but his body would also be unable to withstand such a terrifying chill. Even his soul would be frozen. So powerful! The Raindrop Sage, the Dark Flame Sage, and the Goldwind Sage could also feel how powerful this icebound domain was. If they were to get close to it, they would probably be frozen into ice sculptures and sealed for eternity. Putting your life on the line? Foolish. This is just a last-ditch struggle. Xia Ping grabbed with his hand and took out the Hell Spear. A tyrannical power of hell surged out from the depths of the spear. Countless characters of hell twisted in the void, seemingly forming pieces of supreme scriptures. Vaguely, a gate of hell appeared behind him. It seemed as if it was connected to the world of hell. Hell demon suppressing spear fourth move, slaughter. As soon as the spear shot out, a black light erupted from the depths of the spear. This black light seemed to be condensed from the laws of hell. It exuded the aura of death, destruction, nirvana, chaos, and so on. The moment it appeared, it seemed to pierce through the void and tear it apart. It silently blasted a huge black hole in the void, and an abyss appeared. Shio! This beam of black light flashed and traversed countless layers of space. It was indestructible. It was as if this beam of black light was the only thing left in the entire universe. It was as if at this moment, all the laws of the universe had stopped operating. Everything had stopped. The Raindrop Sage and the others widened their eyes. They could no longer see anything else. All they saw was a black light flashing across the void and arriving beside Cassio. No, no, no! Cassio shrieked. He could only watch on helplessly, because the speed of the black light was simply too fast, so fast that his body couldn't even react in time. In the next second, its forehead was pierced through, and its entire body was split into two halves by this force. It split open from the middle, and all the parts of its body were sent flying, breaking into pieces. At the same time, a wave of destructive power erupted from its body. Its elemental core and its soul were completely destroyed at this moment. Near ancient sage Cassio was dead. Weak, too weak. Xia Ping shook his head. He felt that killing a near ancient sage was nothing special. When he was only at the sempiternal intermediate stage, he had killed a near ancient sage. Now that he had advanced to the sempiternal advanced stage, his magic power had more than doubled. Even with his own magic power, he could suppress an ordinary near ancient sage. At the same time, he had a powerful magic treasure like the Hell Spear. With a swing of the spear, it could completely ignore space and was indestructible. The near ancient sage could not withstand it at all. Facing Xia Ping, whose magic power, soul power, and magic treasures were all above that of an ordinary near ancient sage, how could Cassio, a near ancient sage, block it? He could not block it at all. Therefore, with a swing of the spear, he was stabbed to death. Consider yourself lucky to be able to die under the Hell Spear. Xia Ping looked at the dead Cassio indifferently. Then he grabbed with his hand and kept Cassio's corpse. As a near ancient sage, its corpse was also of great value and should not be wasted. He also took away the space ring and various treasures that it left behind after its death. He naturally would not let go of the corpses of the 6 immortal sages that he had killed and the treasures they left behind. Someone is still alive? Xia Ping turned around and immediately saw the water elemental sage, Valadin, who was still alive. At this moment, Valadin looked at Xia Ping in despair and anger. He knew that he could not escape this time, and he would not be as lucky as last time. After all, even a near ancient sage Cassio had died in the hands of this human. How could he escape? Moreover, the surrounding void had been completely sealed by a high-grade sacred artifact. He could not escape either. Human, you've gone too far. I, Valadin, will fight it out with you. It's a great reward to be able to drag a human genius like you down with me. Remember, this is all because of you. Valadin shouted angrily. In his despair, he wanted to self-destruct and perish together with Xia Ping. However, before he could do anything, another black beam of light blasted over, piercing through the sky and passing through countless layers of space. Boom! The Hell Spear flew over and instantly pierced through Valadin's head, nailing him to death in the void of the universe. Valadin's eyes widened, and his body trembled. He did not expect this human to attack so quickly. Before he could completely attack, the spear had already blasted over and nailed him to death in midair. He could feel the terrifying aura of destruction coming from the depths of this dark golden spear. With a boom, this dark golden spear shook slightly, and his soul was instantly destroyed and turned into powder. At this moment, the water elemental sage Valadin was also dead. Still trying to self-destruct? Do you think I didn't guard against this move of yours? I'll shatter your true spirit with one move. Let's see how you can self-destruct then. Xia Ping shook his head, waved his hand, and kept Valadin's corpse. As for the treasures on Valadin's body, he did not have any. After self-destructing for the first time, he became a pauper, and all his treasures were left behind. Chapter 2293. Xia Ping, 450 million points. After killing these elemental sages, you have obtained 450 million points. How many good items can you exchange for with these points in the Sacred Palace? Corinne was very excited. Including the 4 peak immortal sages he had killed, Xia Ping had obtained 650 million points. Ordinary sages might not be able to obtain such points even after spending billions of years in the mystic zones. After all, not everyone had the power to kill sages of the same level. I'm rich, I'm really rich. The mystic zones are really a good place to get rich. Azurox was also very excited. He was already calculating what treasures he could exchange for to strengthen the Pearl of Mountains and Rivers. If he could upgrade the Pearl of Mountains and Rivers to a Peerless Sage artifact, his power would increase tenfold or even 100-fold. It would be like ascending to the heavens in a single bound. My God, they're dead. They're all dead. Not a single one was spared. Raindrop Sage looked at Xia Ping in disbelief. He had thought that he would definitely die after encountering so many powerful enemies. He would not even have the chance to escape. However, he did not expect that not only were they not dead, but the elemental sages had also been killed. It's fine if he could kill immortal sages, but now he can even kill near ancient sages. This kind of strength is simply unimaginable. Goldwind Sage was also dumbfounded. Being able to kill sages of the same level proved that they had extremely powerful battle prowess and were invincible among the same level. The problem was that even near ancient sages could be killed. This was beyond his imagination. This kind of strength is truly invincible. Dark Flame Sage was also shocked. It was true that Xia Ping might have used treasures to kill near ancient sages, but the problem was that without sufficient strength, treasures would not be able to kill the enemy. It was like a 3-year-old holding a sword that could cut through iron as if it was mud. How could it kill a strong adult man? It could only be said that Xia Ping's strength far surpassed the immortal sages. He had reached an unimaginable realm. What you want to say can wait. Let's run first. It won't be long before the enemy's reinforcements arrive. With a whoosh, Xia Ping arrived beside Raindrop Sage and the others. You're right. We have to run quickly. Hearing this, the Raindrop Sage immediately came to a realization. He knew that the elemental race's sages must have rescued the reinforcements. If they were delayed, the elemental race's sages might catch up to them. He immediately took out the water drop and had Dark Flame Saint, Goldwind Saint, and Xia Ping board the ship. The ship turned into a beam of light and left the scene at top speed. And meanwhile, on the other side, the sages of the elemental tribe, who were planning to head over to support Cassio, received the news of their deaths one after another. What? Cassio and the others are dead. None of them are alive. When some of the elemental sages received the news, they were extremely shocked. One by one, they stopped their rescue. Damn it! What happened? Even if Cassio was a fake and barely reached the level of a near-ancient saint, he was still a near-ancient saint who had comprehended the law of space. He was not that easy to kill. How long has it been since he died? Some of the elemental saints found it hard to believe. They originally thought that with Cassio's strength, he could at least hold on for a few days. They could take advantage of this time to rush to the battlefield and rescue Cassio. However, they didn't expect that they would receive the news of Cassio's death not long after they set off. This was too fast. It didn't make sense at all. 7 peak immortal sages and 1 near-ancient realm sage were killed in just 1 hour. What's the background of that human sage, Feng Du? Is he really just a late immortal realm sage? Impossible. Maybe the information was wrong. Cassio's enemy might not only be a late immortal sage. There might be a near-ancient sage hiding in the dark. Otherwise, how could he kill Cassio so quickly? The problem is that Cassio isn't a fool. If the opponent really has a near-ancient sage, he definitely wouldn't dare to fight. He would definitely run away without saying a word. Don't doubt his sensitivity to danger. Could it be that the human sage is really that terrifying? An immortal killing a near-ancient sage? Unbelievable. The elemental sages discussed among themselves. They were completely shocked by this news. There hadn't been a near-ancient sage dying in the Stormy Sea region for many years. Now, one had actually fallen. Moreover, it was killed by an immortal sage. This kind of news was unimaginable even in the entire history of the universe. This kind of achievement reminds me of a person who caused a commotion recently. That's the human race's new immortal sage, Xia Ping. An elemental sage's eyes flashed with a cold light. Impossible. An elemental sage shook his head. That kid is indeed powerful. He ascended to immortal in just a few decades. The problem is that he's just an early immortal. How could he have the strength to kill a near-ancient sage? No matter how monstrous he is, there has to be a limit. How is it impossible? He ascended to immortal in such a short time. Who can deny that he doesn't have the strength to kill a near-ancient sage? That sage retorted. Indeed, we can't deny it, but this is too inconceivable. That's right. A little guy who just entered immortal can kill a near-ancient sage. I won't believe this. That's right. Plus, the human race is huge. It's not strange for an immortal to occasionally appear. It's impossible that there are only human geniuses like Xia Ping. That's not unreasonable. Besides, I heard that apart from Xia Ping, there's also a human wanted criminal called Wu Wudi. He's also an extremely terrifying person. He even has Gaia by his side as his helper and pet. Damn, why are the human race so monstrous? There are actually 3 such monsters. Xia Ping, Wu Wudi, and now there's Fengdu. There's no end to it. Regardless of whether Fengdu is the human race's Xia Ping or not, he's an extremely dangerous human monster. We must take him seriously. We can't let another Dark North sage appear. That's right. If the human race gets another invincible sage, how can we, the elemental race, have a foothold in the future? We can't let this happen. Report to the race's elder. Immediately report this Fengdu's name and list him as a priority target to be killed. Many of the elemental sages reached a consensus. Regardless of whether this Fengdu sage was the legendary human Xia Ping or not, this person was an extremely dangerous human monster. He must be eliminated as soon as possible. They quickly returned. After all, Cassio and the others were dead. Even if they went to that place, it would be useless. If they continued to go there stupidly, they might fall into the human race's trap and be wiped out. Chapter 2294. It wasn't just the elemental race that knew about it. It also spread to every corner of the Storm Sea area and other races. After all, the fall of a near-ancient saint was too shocking. Fengdu, who is Fengdu? Killing near-ancient as an undying, this is unheard of. Too scary. Some saints were shocked after hearing the news and couldn't accept it for a long time. Ordinary immortals killing immortals was rare and needed to use all kinds of treasures. But now, an undying killing near-ancient was even more shocking. It was enough to shock all the races. Some people say that Fengdu might be the new saint of the human race, the rare monster Xia Ping. Someone spread this news. Impossible. This Xia Ping just reached undying. He's probably in seclusion in the Taichu sacred land. How could he come to the mystic zones now? Some people felt that the possibility of this was not high. If it was another 1,000 years, perhaps Xia Ping would have such strength. However, Xia Ping was still too young. Killing near-ancient at the early stage of undying, was he trying to scare people to death? There had to be a limit to how monstrous he was. Indeed, many people suspect this too. So, some people think that this Fengdu might be some unknown monster of the human race. Maybe he's been staying in another universe and only came to the mystic zones now. There were also people who made another guess. This was a common thing. Some monstrous undying saints usually stayed in other universes because they felt they didn't have enough mana, or they didn't want to leave their family, or they missed their homeland. But it didn't mean these saints weren't strong enough. Once they did, it would be earth-shattering. Such people appeared occasionally in the long history of the universe. Not only did they appear in the human race, but they also appeared in the demon race, the elemental race, the dragon race, and so on. Damn, why are there so many geniuses in the human race? I can't accept this. Can't help it. Among the peak races, humans occupy the largest territory in the universe and have the most numbers. Their training system is also very complete. Genius? So what if he's a genius? A dead genius is just a corpse. Now this guy is dead for sure. He's already on the blacklist of all races. Once he's encountered, he'll be killed immediately. If you want to make a name for yourself in the Mystic Zone, you have to pay the price. Every sage who becomes famous in the Mystic Zones will be attacked and killed countless times. The human race's Dark North sage was the same. If he can survive, he will become a legend. If he can't, he will become cosmic dust. I hope they can all live a little longer. If I can kill this Fengdu, I will become the next generation's legend. Many of the saints discussed among themselves. They all wanted to kill this Fengdu. Another's hero was their enemy. This was an unchanging principle in history. Similar information quickly spread to the various races, and the name Fengdu was known by countless saints. At the same time, many human sages also received the news on Storm Island, the base of the human clan. Interesting. Where did this Fengdu come from? To be able to kill a near-ancient sage despite being only at the sempiternal realm, how did he do it? It's really unbelievable. I've seen that Cassio before. He's a famous cowardly near-ancient sage of the elemental race. He specializes in bullying people in the novice village. He never goes to those dangerous regions and only stays in this place. That's why he's always been safe and living well. No one can do anything to him. Who would have thought that he would kick a metal plate and get killed by our human clan sages? How can one not get his shoes wet if he often walks by the river? There will definitely be a time when this guy is unlucky. Good kill. I was bullied by that shameless Cassio previously. Just because he's a near-ancient sage, he purposely caused trouble for us undying sages. Many human sages were curious about this matter. Some of the undying sages were gnashing their teeth at Cassio. They had suffered at his hands countless times, and some of their comrades were even killed by him. Now that Cassio was finally killed by their human clan sages, it was simply a revenge for countless people. Previously, that Fengdu didn't even send out a distress signal. That's why we didn't receive any news that they were being chased. It's obvious how confident Fengdu is. Clearly, he believed that he could kill a near-ancient sage from the start. A near-ancient sage squinted his eyes and voiced out his conjecture. Awesome, he's indeed awesome. This means that Fengdu's confidence is off the charts. He's actually so confident that he didn't even call for help. Does he really believe that he can kill a near-ancient sage? Don't tell me he's done something like this before? Hearing these words, many human sages thought of this and became even more interested. Right, since that punk killed a near-ancient sage, his battle must have been recorded by the Universe Virtual Network. Can we view the recording and see how he did it? Some sages suggested. To gain points, one had to open the Universe Virtual Network's recording function. If one didn't open it, then no one would be able to know whether or not one killed a strong enemy. However, the moment it was opened, the entire process of the battle would be recorded. No, I don't have enough authority to view it. A Middle Ancient sage also wanted to watch. However, very quickly his face turned black. He realized that his authority wasn't high enough to view the contents of the battle. What? Even Middle Ancient sages don't have the authority to view it. Just how high is this authority? The group of sages were stunned. After becoming a Middle Ancient sage, one would be considered one of the upper echelons of the human race. Such a person's authority was extremely high, and there weren't many things that could be restricted. Now they just wanted to view the battle of an undying saint, yet they didn't have the authority to do so. To view the contents, one has to be at least at the level of the human ancestor. That Middle Ancient sage was depressed. However, after seeing the authority level requirement, he was stunned. What? One has to be at the level of the human ancestor to view it. The requirement is too ridiculous. If that's the case, there aren't many in the entire human race that can view it. Is that Fengdu's background that amazing? Only the human ancestor can view his information. Killing a near-ancient sage as an undying, such talent is rare. Naturally, he would be protected. If the information of such a human genius were to be leaked, and the foreign races found out, what would we do? That's right. Such information has to be kept secret. Who knows how many absolute geniuses of our human race have been assassinated by the foreign races? Without them, our human race would have even more high-level sages. Many of the human sages discussed. Although they were regretful that they couldn't view the contents of Fengdu's battle, they understood the rules of the human race and didn't say anything. Chapter 2295. Holy Land of Taichu. The news that Xia Ping had killed a near-ancient saint also came. Xiaoyao Ancestral Master, Vacant Ancestral Master, and Dark North Saint who had been paying close attention to Xia Ping all knew about it. Unbelievable. How did he do it? Even though he was a late-stage immortal saint, it was extremely difficult for him to kill a near-ancient saint. Defeating and killing are two different things. Dark North Saint was astonished when he heard the news. He knew the gap between an immortal saint and a near-ancient saint. Back then, he was a famous human genius in the universe. However, back then, he could only defeat near-ancient saints at a higher level. It was impossible for him to kill them. Even though Xia Ping had many treasures, many of them required strength. Without the corresponding strength, he couldn't unleash the true power of the treasures. Ha, Dark North, he's indeed your disciple. He's indeed extraordinary. An immortal saint killed a near-ancient saint. This hasn't happened in many years. It seems like if everything goes well, your disciple will be on the same level as us. Xiaoyao Ancestral Master and Vacant Ancestral Master laughed. As human ancestral masters, they had the authority to watch Xia Ping's battle and knew every detail. Because of them, the video wasn't disseminated, it was controlled by someone. Ancestral Master, it's just a hope. Whether he can succeed or not depends on himself. Dark North Saint smiled faintly, but he didn't say it confidently. After all, he had to pay a great price to reach the invincible saint realm. In the universe, there had been countless monstrous geniuses from different races. However, there were only a few who could stand at the peak of the universe. Not only did it require talent, but it also required a certain degree of luck. Forget it. Let's ignore this little guy for now. Our plan to go to the Dark Forbidden Zone is ready. It's time to start, Xiaoyao Ancestral Master said in a deep voice, his expression turning serious. As an invincible saint, he only paid a little attention to a junior like Xia Ping since he had more important things to attend to. The Dark Forbidden Zone is an extremely dangerous place. If we're not careful, even an invincible saint will die. It's an absolute forbidden zone for life, and we must make sure nothing goes wrong this time. Ancestor Kong Kong said solemnly. If they, the great ancestors of the human clan, were to die, it would bring a great disaster to the human clan. The safety of the human clan depended on them, and they could not afford to lose. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't take risks unless it was absolutely necessary. Don't worry, we're fully prepared this time. We're only going to take a stroll around the outskirts, and we don't plan on going deeper. If we can find some treasures, we'll definitely be able to greatly increase the strength of our human race. Even if we face the calamity of the universe in the future, we will be able to deal with it easily, Dark North Saint said solemnly. In fact, many of the human race's most precious treasures were obtained from the Forbidden Darkness region, like the Universe Virtual Network, or the Demon Subduing Tower, etc. These were all treasures that the human ancestors paid with their lives to obtain from the Darkness Zone. This also laid the foundations for the human race to grow stronger. However, that place was also extremely dangerous. Even if an invincible saint were to enter, his life would be in danger and he could die at any time. Therefore, every time they moved, they were extremely careful. Stormy Sea Region, on the Water Drop. All of them. After escaping from the battlefield, the Waterdrop Saint, Dark Flame Saint, and Goldwind Saint were silent for a long time. Eventually, they couldn't help but speak, breaking the silence in the ship. Alright, after staying silent for so long, you guys must be bored. What do you want to ask? Xia Ping smiled. What do you want to ask? We have a whole bunch of questions, as many as the stars in the sky. Yeah, just your strength alone is a bunch of questions. Undying killing near ancient, this is simply unheard of. This news will definitely shake the entire Stormy Sea region. To be honest, I'm also from the Taichu's sacred land. I've seen countless monsters, but I've never seen someone like you. Compared to you, you're the true disciple of the sacred land. We're just country bumpkins. The Waterdrop Saint, Dark Flame Saint, and Goldwind Saint looked at Xia Ping as if they were looking at a monster. Because even among the undying saints, this guy was definitely a monster. Don't underestimate yourself. To be honest, you guys still have some ability. It's only because you met me that you guys seem so insignificant. Actually, you guys can be more confident. Xia Ping said carelessly. Scram. Bullshit. I said you're fat, but you're really panting. The Waterdrop Saint, Dark Flame Saint, and Goldwind Saint spat. They had been modest, but this guy really took advantage of them. His skin was really thick. Alright, let's stop joking. After this battle, I'm afraid I'll have to move alone and leave this team. Xia Ping said in a deep voice. Don't worry, Fengdu. Even if you don't say it, we know about it. The Waterdrop Saint nodded. With your strength, staying in our team, no, even staying in the Stormy Sea region would be underestimating you. You shouldn't be able to dominate this small Stormy Sea region. After witnessing Xia Ping's true strength, he knew that this team could not accommodate this great god. Yeah, Fengdu, you don't have to worry about anything. All good things must come to an end. Plus, you've killed a near ancient saint of the elemental race, so you've become a public target. Even if you stay, we won't be of much help if you encounter an enemy. We'll only be a burden. Dark Flame Saint said, plus, we've decided to join other teams after returning to Stormy Island. With the strength of rookies like us, it's too dangerous in the Stormy Sea region. Even without this matter, they had already planned to disband after returning to Stormy Island. But now, Xia Ping was just mentioning this matter in advance. In that case, I won't say much. I'll leave in a while. Xia Ping nodded. He wasn't that pretentious. You'll leave in a while? So soon? You're not going back to Stormy Island? Goldwind Saint was surprised. Not for the time being. Anyway, there's nothing to do. Plus, I'm afraid that a bunch of people will come up to ask me questions. It'll be troublesome. Xia Ping waved his hand. Yes, Brother Fengdu. Take care. The Waterdrop Saint, Dark Flame Saint, and Goldwind Saint nodded. They understood what Xia Ping was thinking. Alright, goodbye then. We'll meet again if fate allows it. Xia Ping immediately bid farewell to the Waterdrop Saint and the others, left the Waterdrop, and stood in the void. Then he took out his spaceship, Myriad Stars, and flew towards the depths of the void. Chapter 2296. Inside the multi-star, it was sailing in the stormy sea. Beep beep, at this time, the system's voice sounded. Congratulations, host. This time, you have attracted a lot of hatred from the elementals. You have received a total of 50 hatred crystals. I hope you can continue to work hard. 50 hatred crystals? Hearing this, Xia Ping raised his eyebrows. This was a good harvest. Coupled with what he had obtained before, he now had a total of 1,050 hatred crystals on him, which was a huge fortune. However, this time, he not only obtained hatred crystals, but also a large number of points. At the same time, he also obtained a large number of treasures left behind by Cassio and the other elemental sages. Good treasures. Xia Ping happily counted the treasures he had obtained this time. First were the pills, such as the longevity pill. There were hundreds of thousands of them, which was quite astonishing. Secondly, there were some refining materials, which were all excavated by these elemental sages from the mystic area. If sold, they would be worth at least tens of millions of points. Then there were some magic treasures, including 13 low-grade sacred artifacts, 1 middle-grade sacred artifact, but no high-grade sacred artifact. They were not rich to that extent. It would be good enough for one of them to have a middle-grade sacred artifact. Unfortunately, Xia Ping was too powerful and did not give them a chance to use their sacred artifacts. He was killed in a few breaths. What is this? Then, Xia Ping discovered that these space rings stored a large number of mysterious stones. They were fist-sized and filled with rich origin energy, almost condensing into substance. This is a source stone. Seeing what Xia Ping took out, Corinne immediately exclaimed. What is a source stone? Xia Ping asked. This is a precious energy stone condensed from the origin energy of the universe. It is very suitable for sages to condense magic power and cultivate. Absorbing a source stone can increase the cultivation efficiency of a sage by dozens of times. The effect is similar to the longevity pill. Corinne explained. It is said that source stones are a specialty of the mystic area and one of the factors that attract countless sages to enter the mystic area. If you can get a large number of source stones, you can speed up the cultivation efficiency of a sage. The Green Ox also explained, at the same time, It is said that the depths of the source stones also contain a little bit of the power of the laws of the universe. If you get a large number of source stones, you can also take the opportunity to improve your perception of the laws of the universe. That's why every sage is extremely eager to obtain large amounts of origin stones. They are extremely beneficial to their cultivation and are also the hard currency of the mystic zones. That's right. It's precisely because origin stones are so precious that if an origin stone vein is discovered on every island, or even on every continent, a world-shaking battle will erupt, resulting in countless casualties. Corinne also said some of the information he knew. However, they don't seem to have many origin stones on them. Xia Ping took a closer look and realized that there were not many dawn stones left in the space rings left behind by the sages. There were only about 200 dawn stones in total. This is normal. Corinne said as if it was a matter of course. Every source stone is a consumable. Once a sage obtains a source stone, he will immediately swallow and refine it, taking it as his own and transforming it into his own strength. Basically, every sage won't have many source stones left on them, unless they're especially rich. Unfortunately, in a barren place like the Stormy Sea region, there shouldn't be many rich sages like that. It indicated that it was normal for there to be a scarcity of source stones. After all, once a saint obtained such a treasure, he would immediately swallow and refine it. He would not leave it for the next day. Forget it, this is just a small matter. Xia Ping nodded, indicating that he understood. He then ignored it and said, now the important thing is to find the next destination. The Stormy Sea region is still too small, and there aren't many treasures. Do you know where in the mystic area there are a lot of treasures that can enhance cultivation? He looked at Corinne. Drip, at this time, Corinne waved his big hand, and suddenly a 3D virtual projection appeared in midair, forming a starry sky map, which seemed to cover the lounge. This starry sky map was densely packed with light spots, all of which were scattered in various corners of the Stormy Sea region, including the human race's novice base, Storm Island, as well as the bases of the demon race, elemental race, and other races. Even some extremely dangerous places were marked. This is the mystic area map obtained from the All Saints Temple. Corinne said in a deep voice, we are in the Stormy Sea region, where the strongest are estimated to be near ancient sages. The resources in this place are very barren, and those with a little ambition will not stay in this place. After leaving the Stormy Sea region, we can go to the slightly richer Thunder Sea region. It is said that thunder will fall in this sea region at all times, and terrible natural disasters will occur there. If an ordinary immortal sage is struck, he will lose half his life. Speaking until here, he paused and continued. In the center of the Thunder Sea region, there is a continent called the Thunder Continent. This continent is rich in resources, and there are many rare treasures. In order to compete for these treasures, the human race, elemental race, demon race, and other peak races have built their own cities on this continent and are constantly fighting with each other. In that place, immortal sages are just ordinary soldiers, near ancient sages are the captains, and middle ancient sages are the real main force. It can be said that this place is very dangerous, and the number of immortal sages and near ancient sages who have fallen there is innumerable. Only by reaching the middle ancient realm can you be considered to have a little ability to protect your life. He indicated that the Thunder Sea region was a somewhat famous place in the mystic area. All the major races covet the resources of the Thunder Sea region and have deployed a large number of troops in this place. One can imagine how fierce the competition between the major races is in this place. Every 100 years or even 1,000 years, there will be a race war, and some sages will die and turn into bones. Therefore, the sages who dare to enter the Thunder Sea region have great confidence in themselves. Moreover, this place is rich in resources and has enough ability to provide near ancient sages for cultivation. Countless sages who desire to advance further will come to this place. Not bad, this place is not bad. Hearing this, Xia Ping stroked his chin, very satisfied. If we fight in this place, we will definitely be able to obtain a lot of points, as well as precious treasures. Okay, let's go to the Thunder Sea region. Calculate how long it will take us to reach the Thunder Sea region. The Thunder Sea region is quite far from the Stormy Sea region. Even with the current myriad stars, I am afraid it will take 3 months of flight time. Corinne calculated the time needed for the voyage. 3 months it is. In any case, I don't have much right now, but I have a lot of time. Xia Ping nodded and gave an order to Corinne. The myriad stars slightly shook and immediately set off at full speed toward the Thunder Sea region. Loading the next chapter. Chapter 2297. At this moment, the stars were flying toward the Thunderbolt territory, while Xia Ping had returned to the mountain River Pearl. All of a sudden, Xia Ping realized that the world tree in the depths of his sea of consciousness was shaking. At the same time, it had a desire to devour, which was transmitted to him. What? It wants to devour the corpses of sages. Sensing this thought, he realized that the world tree was very interested in devouring the corpses of the elemental sages, which seemed to be very beneficial to its growth. Originally, the world tree could only increase its power by devouring the corpses of abyssal demons, devils, and other dark creatures. However, after a period of evolution, the corpses of any sages were extremely attractive to it. Clearly, its ability to devour energy had further evolved. After all, the energy in each sage's body was like a sacred herb that contained a huge amount of vitality. Although dark creatures like the abyssal demons were better for the world tree and could be considered its main food, the corpses of other sages were also a good dessert. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate and immediately took out the corpses of the elemental sages and placed them on the ground. Suddenly, the world tree shook, and thousands of roots extended from the depths of the void. In an instant, the corpses were riddled with holes, and countless roots penetrated every corner of the corpses. Whoosh! The corpses of the sages shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, the energy of the corpses of the sages was completely devoured by the world tree. In particular, not only was the energy in Cassio's body completely devoured, but even the fragments of the law of space in the depths of his body were also completely devoured. Xia Ping narrowed his eyes. He saw that after the world tree devoured the corpse of the ancient Saint Cassio, it seemed to have obtained endless benefits. Its trunk, branches, roots, and other parts had all grown tremendously, growing to a height of several thousand meters. At the same time, the massive spatial energy and fragments of the law of space were integrated into every corner of the world tree, as well as every cell. Vaguely, the world tree emitted a massive spatial aura as if every leaf contained rich spatial energy. It had an aura of its own. Rumble, after an unknown amount of time, the energy devoured from Cassio's body and the fragments of the law of space rapidly converged, and a transparent flower actually grew on the leaves of the world tree. The transparent flower quickly grew until it became a transparent fruit. It looked crystal clear and gave off a dense spatial aura. It was as if there was a world within the fruit. Spatial fruit. Seeing this fruit, Xia Ping's body couldn't help but tremble and his eyes shined. He immediately obtained information about this fruit from the world tree. This was the mystical fruit that the world tree had formed after devouring the ancient Saint Cassio, the fruit of space. It was a strange fruit formed by devouring the law of space fragments within Cassio's body, spatial energy, and other things. It contained a huge amount of spatial energy and the law of space. If an ordinary person were to consume this fruit, they would have a high chance of comprehending the law of space. It would even transform their body, causing their body to slowly transform into a space body. Incredible! The world tree is truly incredible. Xia Ping was completely shocked by the ability of the world tree. The world tree was indeed the sacred tree of heaven and earth. It was a great life that stood above all other plants. It was truly amazing. If an ordinary saint wanted to comprehend the law of space, they would need a long period of accumulation and a spark of inspiration. Only then would they have a slight chance. However, the world tree plundered the law of space from the ancient saint's body and took all the spatial energy within the saint's body for its own. It completely refined it and condensed it into the fruit of space. In this way, there was no need to deliberately comprehend the law of space. As long as one consumed this fruit of space, they would naturally comprehend the various laws of the universe. It could only be said that it was a demonic tree among demonic trees. It was a terrifying life that grew by devouring and plundering the universe's resources, as well as the information of the various laws of the universe. If the world tree continued to grow, would it be able to kill and refine the ancient saints and condense them into strange fruits like the fruit of time? It could be said that if the world tree wanted to grow, it would have to kill countless people. Blood would flow like rivers, and the corpses of countless saints would be used to forge its growth. I wonder what it would feel like to eat this fruit? Thinking of this, Xia Ping plucked the fruit of space and immediately swallowed this transparent, crystal-like fruit. Rumble, the fruit of space melted as soon as it entered his mouth and rapidly turned into spatial liquid, fusing into Xia Ping's limbs, bones, and even every cell. At the same time, a large number of fragments of the law of space and a large amount of spatial energy surged in his body. At this moment, he also comprehended many mysteries of the law of space. The power of space even fused into the cells in Xia Ping's body, causing the cells in his body to crystallize and become spatialized. Every cell seemed to have turned into an independent small spatial world. The magic power in his body was also increasing crazily. Indistinctly, his spiritual domain also seemed to have the tendency to crystallize and become spatialized. Once he completely comprehended the law of space, his spiritual domain would completely transform into a spatial domain. His strength would increase tenfold or more than 100-fold. Too little. The information of the law of space and the spatial energy contained in this fruit of space are still too little. After a while, Xia Ping completely refined the energy of this fruit of space. He felt that his strength and understanding of the law of space had greatly improved. Unfortunately, this fruit of space was condensed from the fragments of the law of space in Cassio's body. Cassio was only an early Near Ancient sage, and his accumulation was not deep enough. The fragments of the law of space in his body were simply too little. Moreover, his accumulation was too deep, more than 10,000 times that of ordinary immortal sages. This made it countless times more difficult for him to comprehend the law of space. At the same time, he also needed to devour a large amount of spatial energy and comprehend more information of the law of space. If there were no shortcuts, it would be normal for him to be stuck at the immortal realm for hundreds of millions of years. Looks like this trip to the lightning territory is a must. If I can kill more Near Ancient sages and condense more fruit of space, my cultivation will improve by leaps and bounds, and I will quickly comprehend the law of space and condense a spatial avatar. Xia Ping clenched his fists. He felt that he had another reason to go to the lightning territory. Chapter 2298. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. The stars shuttled all the way from the Stormy Sea region to the Thunder Sea region. There were occasional battles along the way. Some sages of the alien races discovered the stars and immediately wanted to rob them. However, Xia Ping killed 10 immortal sages and scared off 3 Near Ancient sages. As a result, the journey was smooth and no sages of the alien races dared to rob the stars anymore. During these 3 months, he did not rest on the spaceship. He continued to cultivate diligently, devouring all the origin stones and 500,000 longevity pills. Such a huge accumulation of resources also made the magic power in Xia Ping's body improve by leaps and bounds. His cultivation level rose to the peak of the immortal realm in an instant. His 9 purple mansions were filled with powerful magic power. Even the power of his divine sense had increased by a level. It could be said that Xia Ping had already touched the bottleneck of a Near Ancient sage. Moreover, swallowing a spatial fruit had allowed his body to crystallize by 2%. If his body could crystallize to 100%, it would be the time when he would ascend to the Near Ancient saint level. This made him even more eager to get more spatial fruits. Xia Ping, we're here. We finally reached the Thunder Sea region. At that moment, Corinne's voice sounded. Following that, the star's virtual projection turned on. The entire spaceship turned illusory, revealing the situation outside. He had just left the Stormy Sea region and entered the Thunder Sea region. He immediately sensed that every corner of this void was filled with powerful lightning power. Bang, bang, bang. In the void far away, there seemed to be a huge patch of dark clouds that covered hundreds of millions of kilometers. The dark clouds were dense and lightning would descend from time to time. Each purple lightning bolt was like a lightning dragon. It smashed into a star, immediately destroying it and shattering it into countless pieces of shattered rock. In this sea region, dark clouds would appear from time to time, lightning would descend from time to time, and spatial storms would appear from time to time. There was no pattern to these disasters and they were extremely dangerous. If a sage wanted to cross this sea region with their physical body, they would probably face the risk of being struck by lightning. Sometimes, billions of lightning bolts would descend and even near-ancient sages would be struck to death. As the stars flew past, even though it was extremely fast, it was struck by lightning several times. Fortunately, the stars had already been upgraded to a mid-grade sage artifact. Otherwise, it would definitely be heavily damaged. How far are we from the Thunder Continent? Xiaoping asked. About 3 more days. Corinne looked at the map and carefully calculated the distance. The Lightning Sea region is really huge. It's more than 10,000 times bigger than the Storm Sea region. Xiaoping was also amazed at the vastness of the Stormy Sea region. Along the way, the myriad stars also encountered many islands and land fragments. It was said that those were islands that surrounded the Thunder Continent, and they were scattered in the void like stars. Some of these islands were comparable to Stormy Island, and some were even larger than Stormy Island. They were at least hundreds of thousands of light-years in diameter, and the area of such islands was boundless, with no end in sight. However, such a place could only be considered as a small island in the Thunder Sea region. He really didn't know how big the Thunder Continent was. Suddenly, Xiaoping's heart shook. He immediately sensed the shock waves of an intense battle occurring on a small island. The shock waves spread out for hundreds of millions of kilometers, causing the surrounding space to shatter. The entire island was shaking and rumbling. On that nameless island, there was a team of human clan sages and a team of demon clan sages engaged in a life-and-death battle. Among the human clan sages, there were 2 near-ancient sages, one in the early near-ancient stage, and one in the middle near-ancient stage. In addition, there were 10 peak immortal sages. As for the demon clan sages, there were 3 near-ancient demon sages, one in the late near-ancient stage, 2 in the middle near-ancient stage, and 13 peak immortal demon sages. It could be said that the demon clan sages had an absolute advantage and were suppressing the human clan sages. The surrounding void had been sealed by the other party, and all the space had been set up with tyrannical restrictive arrays. It was simply sealing the sky and earth. I didn't expect to encounter such an intense battle just after entering the Thunder Sea region. Moreover, it's a battle between the human clan and the demon clan. Xiaoping could not help but feel that his luck was indeed good. However, this was not a matter of luck. Perhaps the battle within the Thunder Sea region was far more intense than that of the Stormy Sea region, and the sages were also more powerful. In the Stormy Sea region, there might not be a single near-ancient demon sage for thousands of years. However, after coming to the Stormy Sea region, even near-ancient demon sages were not rare and could be seen everywhere. One could imagine that the Thunder Sea region sages were much more powerful than the Stormy Sea region. They were not on the same level. At this moment, Xiaoping's universe virtual system immediately sent a series of messages. Calling for help, calling for help. I am Yunyang Sage. I am being attacked by 3 near-ancient demon sages from the Skywolf clan. I have been ambushed by the demon clan and the situation is critical. Many immortal sages are already heavily injured. I hope that the human clan alliance nearby will receive our distress signal and send reinforcements immediately. We can't hold on for too long. I hope that our allies can send reinforcements on account that we are all humans. Such a distress signal was quickly transmitted to Xiaoping's communication device. Such a distress signal was actually spread out in all directions with Yunyang Sage as the center. It was estimated that the human clan and the human clan alliance within a radius of billions of light years would receive such a message. As the human clan had the universe virtual network, the distress signal was sent out even faster. It was almost instantaneous. If there were any human clan alliance nearby, they would come forward to help. This was also the reason why the human clan had such a huge advantage in the mystic zones. Once a distress signal was sent, the human sages from all directions would gather. Their speed was many times faster than the other races. Unfortunately, Xia Ping looked at the virtual map. It showed the location of the human clan alliance. Some of the stronger human sages were too far away from Yunyang Sage. They would not be able to rush over in a short period of time. Even if some of them could rush over, they would only be immortal sages. They would not be able to help at all and would only be sending themselves to their deaths. Therefore, even if Yunyang Sage kept calling for help, he would not be able to find any sages to help in a short period of time. Within a radius of millions of light years, he was probably the only one who had the strength to help. Interesting. This is the first battle in the Thunder Sea region. God is kind to me. If I can kill these demon sages, I will definitely be able to obtain a lot of points. At the same time, I can also devour the corpses of the 3 near-ancient demon sages and refine the space fruit. This will be extremely beneficial to my understanding of the space law. Xia Ping's eyes flashed coldly. He had already seen these demon sages as sitting ducks. At the thought of this, he did not hesitate and immediately flew out of the myriad stars towards Yunyang Sage and the others. Chapter 2299. Above the nameless island, the human race sages and the demon race sages collided in midair. Every time they collided, an earth-shattering sound would erupt, destroying the area within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. Along the way, the sound waves surged, almost raising the area within a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers to the ground. However, the human race sages were no match for them and retreated as they fought. Damn it, we've been tricked this time. Who was the one who said that there might be a source stone mine on this island? We didn't even see the source stone when we came to this place. Instead, we fell into the trap of the demon race sages and were ambushed by them. The human race sages gritted their teeth, their expressions extremely ugly. Originally, they had come to this place because they had received news that someone had found a small source stone mine on this island. It was priceless. Immediately, the sages were extremely excited because if they could take this small source stone mine for themselves, they would become rich overnight. They would not need to worry about cultivation resources for hundreds of millions of years. How could they resist such wealth? They immediately formed a team and headed to this island. However, they did not expect that this was fake news. The demon sages had deliberately released it to lure the human race sages out and kill them. They had fallen into the demon race's trap. It's useless to say all this now. It's all our fault for being greedy and falling into the other party's trap. I didn't expect to be ambushed by 3 near-ancient demon sages. We were caught off guard. By the way, have we sent out the distress signal? Are there any human reinforcements nearby? We can't hold on for much longer. If this continues, I'm afraid we will all be wiped out. We've already sent it out, but there are no human reinforcements nearby. Even if there are, their strength is only at the sempiternal realm. They will only be sending themselves to their deaths if they come here. They won't be able to save us at all. Damn it, this nameless island was probably also deliberately chosen by the demon sages. They knew that there are no human forces nearby and that it is a remote place. Even if we ask for help, the human race sages will not be able to quickly send help. The sages gritted their teeth. They also knew that they were in trouble this time. The other party had deliberately set up a trap for them to fall into. How could they let them go so easily? Now that the void of hundreds of millions of kilometers had been sealed by the 3 near-ancient demon sages, they had no way to escape. If their team's 2 near-ancient saints were defeated, then that would be the time of their deaths. Ah, foolish humans, just surrender. We've deliberately set up this trap. How could we let you escape so easily? This time, you have nowhere to run. That's right. Surrendering is your only way out. If you surrender now, you can still be imprisoned in our demon clan's prison as prisoners. There's still a chance that you can be rescued in the future. Otherwise, you will die today. We have 3 near ancient saints here. We have the absolute advantage in terms of strength. No matter how you struggle, you won't be able to escape from us. You won't stand a chance. The demonic saints let out a loud roar, and the sound waves surged, constantly persuading the human saints to surrender. They were full of charm. They were using psychological attacks to weaken the human saints' resistance. After all, even a rabbit would bite when it was anxious, let alone a sage. If these human race saints were forced into a desperate situation, they might self-destruct and perish together with them. This would also cause serious losses to them. However, if they could weaken the enemy's will with just a few words, they didn't need to weaken it too much. As long as there was a moment of hesitation, they would seize the opportunity and kill these human race saints. As for being imprisoned in the demon clan's prison, it was naturally possible. However, if they wanted to escape, these saints would probably not be able to do so for the rest of their lives. They would be imprisoned until they died. It was just like how the demonic saints were imprisoned in the demon-subduing pagoda. In your dreams, you want us to surrender? Not in this lifetime. Damned demon clan. It's just death. Do you think you can scare us? Don't even think about it. Our human clan's reinforcements will arrive soon. When that time comes, none of you will be able to escape. If you know what's good for you, run now. Otherwise, you won't be able to run even if you want to. Our human clan's army is already on the way. They will arrive soon. You won't have a chance. These human race saints were all sly old foxes. How could they be fooled so easily? They all retorted sarcastically and persuaded the demonic saints to hurry up and run, lest they made a mistake. After all, if they fell into the hands of the demon clan, no human would have a good ending. Therefore, they would rather die than fall into the hands of the demon clan. You won't shed a tear until you see your coffin. Since you are so stubborn, don't blame us for being rude. Hearing this, the eyes of the 3 demonic saints flashed coldly. They knew that if they did not give these human race saints a fatal threat, these human race saints would not surrender. Moreover, the words of these saints had indeed hit the nail on the head. The most terrifying ability of the human clan was their omnipresent reinforcements. They could call for help at any time and would gang up on others. This gave many races a headache, and they did not dare to provoke them easily. If they beat up the young, the old would come. If they beat up one, a group would come. It was very annoying. Therefore, they had to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, they would not know what experts from the human clan would come to help them. At the thought of this, they felt that they had to use all their trump cards and kill these human race saints completely. Meanwhile, Yun-Yang Saint and the other human race saints looked grave. They could also sense the murderous intent coming from these demonic saints. They were just bragging earlier on. In reality, there were no reinforcements at all. However, the threat of these demonic saints was real. If these demonic saints went all out, many of them would probably die. At this moment, a figure descended from the void and instantly arrived at the center of the battlefield. This aura shocked the saints of both the human clan and the demon clan. Ah, we're saved. We're finally saved. Our human clan has reinforcements. I've already told you, demonic saints, that our human clan reinforcements will arrive soon. Let's see if you can survive this time. It's too late for you to run now. It's too late. Do you know that? Just wait for your death, you demonic saints. Seeing this figure arrive, Yun-Yang Saint and the others were excited. They felt that an expert had arrived. In fact, there did not need to be many experts. Just the appearance of a near-ancient sage would be enough. This way, they would be on par with the strength of the demonic saints. Even if they could not defeat the other party, they would be able to delay them to a certain extent. This way, they could wait for more human clan reinforcements to arrive. It could be said that this was a stimulant that could change the situation of the battle. What? When the demonic saints saw this figure, they looked as if they had eaten shit. Their faces were extremely ugly. How is this possible? Didn't they say that there were no near ancient sages of the human clan in the vicinity? Could it be that there was an error in the information? What is going on? One demonic saint gritted his teeth. Chapter 2300. It would have been better if Xia Ping hadn't appeared. Once he did, everyone was stunned. Sui underton, fuck, this is a scam. How can it be an undying saint? Yunyang Sage and the rest were dumbfounded as they looked at Xia Ping, who suddenly appeared. They could clearly sense that the aura from this figure was only at the sempiternal realm. Impossible. Could it be that this guy is hiding his cultivation? Could it be that he is not at the sempiternal realm, but near ancient realm? Some undying saints were unwilling to accept this fact. They felt that the other party might be a near ancient realm saint. Bullshit. I can't sense his aura. He has not comprehended the space law, nor has he formed a space domain. At most, he is a late sempiternal saint. It's over, it's really over. I thought we had reinforcements, but it's a trap. What's going on? It's just an undying saint. How can he have the guts to come help? Is he not afraid of death? What a waste of time. We are completely dead. Yunyang Sage and the rest were all pale. They thought that the saints who came to help would at least be near ancient saints. Only then would they have a chance of survival. Moreover, they had spread the information. If they had the guts and strength to come, they would naturally be near ancient saints. Otherwise, they would just be throwing their lives away. Yet, the one who came was only an undying saint. Wasn't this a trap? Why would someone with no strength come to die? They were on the verge of collapsing. They wanted to pry open this undying saint's brain and see what he was thinking. As for the beast saints, they were wild with joy. They laughed so hard their stomachs hurt. That really scared me. I thought a near ancient saint really came. I almost wanted to run away and give up on this battle plan. Isn't that so? 3 near ancient saints of the human race. There is no way to fight or kill them. Who would have thought that an undying saint would come? Does this kid not know the situation? This is the battlefield of near ancient saints. Even if 2 or 3 undying saints came, they would just be throwing their lives away as cannon fodder. That kid must be out of his mind. Otherwise, why would he come and throw his life away? You can't say that. This proves the bravery of the human race. They clearly know that they are here to die, but they still choose to help. This kind of unity is simply frightening. No wonder the human race could rise so quickly and become the top race. No matter what, it's just an undying. This time, our demon race will definitely win. This time, all the human race saints will die. The beast saints were incredibly excited. Seeing that the one who appeared was merely an undying, they felt that they had won for sure. The human race's reinforcements couldn't have arrived so quickly. Whoosh! At this moment, Xia Ping stepped out of the void and stood in the center of the battlefield, looking at the demon saints in the distance. The 3 saints in the lead were all from the Celestial Wolf race. The Celestial Wolf clan was the king clan of the demon clan. They had a powerful bloodline. It was said that they were born to rule over the wolf clan. Their strength and speed were more than 100 times stronger than ordinary wolves, and their physical recovery was also extremely terrifying. Just at the lightning tribulation realm, one could already possess a half-undying body. Moreover, all of the Celestial Wolf clan's power could be shared, condensing into one. Their minds were interlinked, and they were adept at group battles. Just like an army, they could easily suppress other races. Therefore, when the power of these immortal beast saints and near ancient beast saints condensed into one, the power they could unleash was more than several times more terrifying than an ordinary team of saints. Interesting. The Celestial Wolf clan is the royal clan of the demon clan. They are adept at group battles and are a famous army of the demon clan. Xia Ping narrowed his eyes and recalled the information he obtained about the Celestial Wolf clan from the All Saints Palace. If the Wolf clan has a member of the Celestial Wolf clan's royal clan, the entire army's power will explosively increase by 10 times. They will also have special bloodline abilities such as assimilation, summoning, and regeneration. Such an expert is indeed qualified for me to take action. Now die. As soon as he finished speaking, with a thought, a huge amount of magic power surged in his body. He immediately activated the true solution of illusions, one thought, one world, as well as the mystique from the illusion race, limitless nightmare art. Boom, in an instant, with Xia Ping's body as the center, the area within a radius of 40 light-years was immediately shrouded by a tyrannical divine sense. It seemed to have formed an absolute illusory domain, eroding every piece of spacetime and invading every corner. This was pure soul coercion, containing a terrifying power that could not be resisted. It was as if a world had descended in this void. The surrounding spacetime was distorted, changing heaven and earth, and shaking the surroundings. What is this? Heavens! Yunyang sage and the other human sages were all shocked. They felt an almost irresistible soul coercion, as if it was crushing down on them, trying to crush their souls. This was a soul power that far surpassed an immortal sage's. Even near ancient sages could not compare. It was as if at this moment, the space-time within a radius of billions of kilometers had stopped. The celestial wolf beast saints who bore the brunt of the attack were even more shocked, their eyes filled with fear. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the immortal beast saints fell from the sky, unable to withstand this illusion power. They all fainted and foamed at the mouth. None of them could withstand it. Even the human undying who bore the brunt of the attack felt drowsy, as if they had been instantly pulled into a boundless nightmare world. As for the three celestial wolf beast saints, they felt that the hundreds and thousands of layers of spatial barriers around them could not resist the soul undulations. It seemed to easily penetrate the spatial barriers and engulf their souls. In an instant, they also fell into an illusion world. The surrounding space seemed to have changed. Boundless grasslands, mountains, rivers, and towering mountains appeared beneath their feet. Damn, illusion! This is the power of illusion, an illusion domain. Don't fall asleep. Wake up immediately, or you'll die for sure. Kill him, kill this human undying immediately. He's too dangerous. Just as they were about to completely fall into the illusory world, the three demon sages of the Sirius immediately felt a strong sense of crisis in their hearts. The bloodline deep in their bodies felt a stabbing pain, and their instincts as sages saved them. A powerful soul force was about to tear this illusory domain and break free from this domain world. They were extremely shocked, feeling an intense killing intent towards this human undying that suddenly appeared. It was just an undying being, yet this illusion technique domain actually affected even their near-ancient beast saints, unable to resist it. Just how terrifying of an illusion technique was this? Chapter 2301. It seems that this illusion domain is still not strong enough to subdue the ancient sages. It can barely affect the sages' actions. But even if it's just a little, it's enough. Sui Meng Xiao Shua Suimen Kam. Xia Ping shook his head when he heard the roars of the three celestial wolf demon sages. They released their strength in an attempt to break through his illusion domain. He didn't think much of it. Although the three sages were filled with terrifying murderous intent and seemed to be extremely angry, their movements were a little slow under the suppression of his illusion domain. However, in a battle between sages, such a slight delay could be fatal. He couldn't let go of such a great opportunity. Golden Crow Claw of Hell. Xia Ping looked at the three sages indifferently and struck out with his claw. In an instant, the 9 billion Golden Crow of Hell cells in his body vibrated, and the enormous Golden Crow of Hell bloodline burst out. It seemed to have triggered an enormous ancient power from Hell. Vaguely, a Golden Crow of Hell appeared behind him and let out an earth-shattering roar. The roar seemed to have traversed the boundless space-time and came from the depths of Hell, shaking the hearts of countless gods and devils. Suddenly, a dark golden claw stretched out from the void. It was extremely huge and spanned a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers. It was as if the sun was extremely small in front of this claw, like a soccer ball. All the sages felt extremely small when they saw this dark golden claw. It was as if they had returned to the time when they were still mortals. They felt the eternal aura and the legend from the mythological era. The dark golden claw merely slapped out once and then retracted slightly. The three sages were still struggling and roaring, but they were caught by the dark golden claw. It was as easy and effortless as an eagle catching chicks. Ah! What is this? What kind of power is this? Let go of me. Let go of me now. In an instant, their enormous bodies were squeezed tightly. Then, they let out miserable shrieks and tried to struggle. However, it was to no avail. The gigantic claws continued to ruthlessly crush down on them. In the next moment, their bodies exploded like watermelons. Blood splattered everywhere. It was an extremely dazzling sight. Even the armor they were wearing was a low-quality sacred weapon that could resist the attacks of the peak of Immortal Realm experts. However, they were smashed and turned into a pile of scrap iron. All the restrictions and formations were destroyed. At the same time, the surrounding space shattered, as if it had been torn apart by a claw. Like glass, crackling sounds rang out, as if traces of a giant claw had appeared in the void. This was a terrifying power that could leave a mark in the void. Damned human! I'm going to kill you! I'm going to kill you! Die! Die now! The three saints of the Celestial Wolf clan were even more enraged. They let out an earth-shattering roar as their shattered bodies turned into a huge amount of energy, seemingly wanting to gather together again. The ancient saints who possessed immortal bodies were not so easily killed. Even if they were smashed into pieces by the giant claw, they were still extremely tenacious with their immortal bodies. However, before their bodies could gather again, terrifying black roots surged out from the depths of the void in all directions with Xia Ping as the center, covering a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. In an instant, these roots wrapped the bodies of the three ancient saints and produced a terrifying devouring power, like a pack of wolves devouring and tearing them apart. It was as if a giant beast had appeared, opening its mouth and choosing people to devour. In just a short moment, the flesh and blood of the three demon saints had been completely devoured. All of their flesh and soul energy had been completely devoured, leaving not a single drop behind. It was obvious that the three sacred beasts had perished. At this moment, all the roots left contentedly and returned to the depths of Xia Ping's sea of consciousness, as if the roots of the world tree had never appeared. At the same time, the flesh and blood energy, information of the law of space, soul energy, and so on from the three ancient saints were completely devoured by the world tree and taken for its own. Clatter! Immediately, the branches of the world tree swayed, and three transparent, crystal-like space fruits appeared. Moreover, each space fruit was larger than the one that had formed after devouring Cassio previously, and contained even more space law power. Obviously, the three celestial wolf race saints were much stronger than Cassio. Not bad, another 3 space fruits. This trip wasn't wasted. However, there are still some immortal beasts that haven't died. Let's get rid of them. Xia Ping clawed out again. Bang bang bang. In the next second, the dozen immortal demon sages who had fallen into a deep sleep and were unconscious did not know what had happened. A tyrannical force crushed over and their bodies were instantly shattered into pieces. Even their souls were shattered. The corpses of the immortal beasts fell into his hands without a doubt. They were kept in the mountain river pearl space and became fertilizer for the world tree. Beep beep. At this moment, he heard a voice from the universe virtual network. Killed 13 immortal beasts, obtained 650 million points. Killed 2 late ancient demon saints, obtained 600 million points. Killed 1 late ancient demon saint, obtained 500 million points. Obtained a total of 1.75 billion points. Oh my god, 1.75 billion points. I'm rich. I'm really rich this time. In addition to the points I obtained before, I have 2 billion points now. How many treasures and resources can I exchange with this? How much can the stars increase in strength? Corinne simply went crazy and was extremely excited. He felt that these billions of points were simply a windfall falling on his head, and he felt an unprecedented joy. Indeed, a man can't get rich without windfall, and a horse can't get fat without night grass. War is the fastest way to earn money. Killing one can earn hundreds of millions. Even a money-printing machine isn't this terrifying. Green Ox was excited too. He shouted in the mountain river pearl space. Previously, Xia Ping used all sorts of methods to earn points. However, he didn't need to now. He just had to sweep through everything. This wasn't some demon saint beast, but a treasure vault. Indeed, it's not difficult for me to kill late ancient demon saints now. Xia Ping ignored Corinne and Green Ox's excitement. He was very satisfied with his current strength. When fighting a demon saint, he first used the mental domain to suppress the opponent. The illusion domain would pull the opponent into the nightmare world. Ordinary immortal beasts couldn't resist it at all and would faint immediately. Even those with powerful soul power would be in a trance for a moment and slow down to a certain extent. If there was a delay, there would be a flaw. If he attacked again, the demon saint would die without a doubt. Unless the opponent was already an ancient demon saint who comprehended the laws of time and had a time domain, he naturally couldn't suppress the opponent's domain and soul power. Chapter 2302. Oh my god, no way. Did 3 near ancient demonic sages die just like that? Cloud's Sun Sage and the other 2 near ancient demonic sages were dumbfounded. They could not believe what they were seeing. Just now, they were suppressed by the 3 near ancient demon sages and were in a dangerous situation. They were almost in a hopeless situation, so they naturally knew how terrifying the 3 near ancient demon sages were. They were definitely no match for them. However, the 3 near ancient demonic sages were as weak as babies facing this peak immortal sage. They were not a match for him at all. In just a few breaths, the 3 near ancient demonic sages were killed on the spot without being able to fight back. As for the other 13 immortal overlords, there was no need to mention them. They were like ants that were easily destroyed. Seeing this, they were all in awe of this immortal sage who had suddenly appeared. After all, if these near ancient demonic sages were not a match for this person, then even if they all joined forces, they would not be a match for this sage who had suddenly appeared. He's too powerful. In such a short time, 3 near ancient demonic sages and 13 immortal sages were killed just like that. Not even a single demonic sage could escape. What the hell is going on? I don't know what happened at all. What did this mysterious immortal sage do? Why couldn't these demonic sages fight back at all? I'm not sure. I only know that I almost lost consciousness for a moment just now. It's terrifying indeed. Just being swept by the shockwave had such an effect. It's hard to imagine what kind of attack the demonic sages would have suffered. Without a doubt, this is an illusion technique. It's a soul attack. This person must be a top-notch illusion master. I'm afraid this person is not just an immortal sage. He must have reached the peak immortal sage level. The reason why we couldn't tell is that he cultivated a technique to hide his aura. Many human sages discussed among themselves and looked at Xia Ping in shock. Previously, they were still in despair. Why did an immortal sage suddenly appear? Wasn't he here to die? They didn't expect his strength to be so terrifying. He killed the group of demonic sages with just a few punches and kicks and saved their lives. Then they rejoiced. Fortunately, they were only discussing at the side and did not say such things to his face. Otherwise, they might have angered the human race sage who had saved their lives. If that was the case, they probably wouldn't even be able to cry. Thank you, brother. Thank you for your help. I am the Star Jade Sage. I am Yunyang Sage. Thank you, brother, for your timely help. You have saved our lives. If you need any help in the future, please let us know. At this moment, Cloud Sun Sage and Star Jade Sage stepped forward and greeted Xia Ping. They also saw that Xia Ping's body was enveloped by a layer of dense fog. It seemed like the energy was distorted, and no power could penetrate through it. Xia Ping's figure and appearance were not exposed. However, they did not dare to say anything. It was the other party's freedom not to reveal their appearance and aura. There's no need to stand on ceremony. It's just a small matter. Since your danger has been resolved, I'll be taking my leave. Xia Ping did not want to reveal his identity. After all, he had just arrived at the Thunderbolt Sea region. Moreover, he was already very famous. If he revealed his identity when he had just arrived at the Thunderbolt Sea region, he would probably be targeted by the sages of many races. At that time, he would definitely be hunted down in the Thunderbolt Sea region and be monitored at all times. In particular, He had killed a near-ancient sage previously. Now, he had consecutively killed 3 near-ancient sages. No matter how one looked at it, this was a major event that could shock the universe. Therefore, he decided to hide his identity. "You're leaving just like that?" Upon hearing this, Cloud Sun Sage was stunned. "Brother, why don't we find a place to have a meal and chat? That way, we can express our gratitude." He also wanted to build a relationship with this mysterious powerhouse and find out his name. "There's no need. I don't want my identity to be revealed. Let's bid farewell here." Xia Ping waved his hand. His figure flashed and disappeared from the spot before Cloud Sun Sage and the others could persuade him to stay. Cloud Sun Sage was dumbfounded. He had not expected this mysterious powerhouse to leave so quickly. Even if he wanted to say something to persuade him to stay, it was already too late. "Brother Yunyang, don't try to persuade him." At that moment, the Star Jade Sage's eyes lit up. This powerhouse naturally has his reasons for wanting to hide his identity. We shouldn't say much either. He tried to dissuade Cloud Sun Sage. "Yes, Brother Star Jade is right." Upon hearing this, Cloud Sun Sage calmed down and felt that what the Star Jade Sage had said was indeed correct. Although it was rare for sages to hide their identity, it was not impossible. For example, the other party might be carrying out a secret mission for the human tribe and had only occasionally passed by this place. When he saw a fellow human tribe member in trouble, he decided to lend a helping hand. However, this identity could not be revealed. Otherwise, it would definitely cause a huge disaster and be discovered by the other races. This kind of thing was not unheard of. For example, the other party might have an enemy in the Thunder Sea region. Or perhaps the other party simply did not want to make friends with other sages and felt that it would be troublesome to reveal his identity. In short, there were all kinds of possibilities. The other party was their savior. Since the other party was in trouble and did not want to reveal his identity, they naturally could not be so foolish. They had already advanced to the sage realm and had lived for a long time. All of them were experienced people and naturally knew the ways of the world. They would not act rashly like those hotheads. "It's a pity that we can't make friends with such a powerhouse." Cloud Sun Sage lamented. "I wonder which near ancient sage or medial sage of our Thunder Sea region he is?" He could not sense Xia Ping's strength and could only guess that the other party might be a near-ancient sage or even a medial sage who had comprehended time laws. He might not be from our Thunder Sea region. He might be from another sea region in the Mystic Zone. The Star Jade Sage's eyes flickered, as if he was trying to guess Xia Ping's identity. "Forget it. It's useless to think so much. Anyway, it's fortunate that this mysterious powerhouse passed by and saved our lives. Otherwise, all of us would have died at the hands of these demon sages." Cloud Sun Sage rejoiced. "Isn't that right? We can't be so reckless next time. Humans die in pursuit of wealth and birds die in pursuit of food. We can't be greedy." Star Jade Sage felt that he had learned a terrible lesson this time. Indeed, we can't be too greedy. However, the Skywolf clan has lost 3 near-ancient sage and 13 immortal overlords. This is a great loss. The Demon Clan's forces in the Thunder Sea region have also been severely damaged. Let's see how they can be cocky now. As time passes, the Thunder Sea region will be occupied by us humans sooner or later. Cloud Sun Sage said excitedly. The Demon Clan had lost 3 near-ancient sage and 13 immortal overlords. This was an unbearable loss that could not be made up for in a short period of time. There was no doubt that this battle had given the human forces a certain degree of upper hand in the Thunder Sea region. Sometimes wars were like this. The accumulation of advantages would eventually form an unstoppable trend. Chapter 2303. At the same time, many human race sages who were rushing over to provide aid also received news that 3 near-ancient demon sages and 13 immortal demon sages had died, and Yunyang Sage and the others had been rescued. What? One of the sages was dumbfounded. You're saying that Yunyang Sage and the others have been rescued and that the 3 great demon sages have been killed? What kind of joke was this? Who exactly did this? Who had the strength to do this? Could it be that the saints of the Middle Ages took action? The problem is that the famous saints of the Middle Ages are not in the vicinity of the Thunder Seas. How are we going to send reinforcements? They simply could not believe this news. According to their estimations, by the time they arrived, Yunyang Sage and the others would already be dead. It was almost impossible to save them. The reason why they still rushed over was because they did their best and left the rest to fate. However, not long after they set off, they received news that they didn't need their support, because all the demon saints had been killed and not a single one was left. It's true. Cloud Sun Sage and the others have already sent news that they have been rescued and are now returning to Thunder City. It is said that the one who killed those ancient demon sages was a human sage who happened to pass by. Some sages received the news. A saint who happened to pass by? What is his background? I'm not sure. It's said that the identity of the human race's sage is extremely mysterious and he is unwilling to reveal his identity. But no matter what, to be able to kill 3 near-ancient saints is no small matter. At the very least, he is at the peak of the near-ancient saint realm. Sage Yunyang and the others are really lucky. I thought they had fallen into the demon clan's trap and were doomed this time. Who would have thought that they would encounter a human clan sage who was very powerful? They really didn't deserve to die. I wonder what human race saint is. Why is his identity so mysterious? If it was a sage from our Thunder Sea region, there would be no need to keep it a secret. Maybe they're from another sea region. No matter what, it's a good thing. Now that the sages of our human race are not dead, but those demon sages are dead, this is a real force that can greatly damage the demon race. That's right. 3 near-ancient sages and 13 immortal overlords have died. Even with the strength of the demon race, it's a huge loss. It's impossible to make up for it in a short period of time. The saints of the human race laughed out loud in excitement, thinking that this was a great achievement. After all, even for the demon race, which was a peak race, the ancient demon sages were considered experts, not to mention that 3 of them had died. This was a huge loss that they could not bear. Don't look down on this number. The problem was that the mystic zones were huge and there were many sea domains. These sea domains needed to be guarded by powerful demon overlords in order to guarantee the benefits of the demon race in the mystic zones. It could be said that the combat power of every demon saint was extremely important and indispensable. If a few of them died in a certain sea region, it would be impossible to transfer them from other sea regions. Unless one of their descendants could ascend to the demon saint realm, only then would they be able to replenish their combat power. The problem was that it was not easy to advance to demon sage, let alone ancient demon sage. Among the many immortal demon sages, there were probably not many who could comprehend spatial laws. In this way, the demon race's influence in the Thunder Sea region would gradually weaken, and their human race would be able to continuously gain the upper hand in the Thunder Sea region, gradually eroding the endless resources of this sea region. Not long after, the headquarters of the Fiend race in the Thunder Sea region was a city. The Fiend race's city was completely made of purple stones, so it was named Purple Demon City. At this moment, many demon sages had also received the news, and their expressions were extremely ugly. Damn it, how could this be? Didn't they say that this plan was foolproof? Why did the Sky Wolf race fail? The ancient demon sage roared in anger. After hearing the news, he almost fainted from anger. Originally, this was a rather important plan of the Fiend race. They could seize the opportunity to kill 2 ancient demon sages and many immortal sages. This would definitely be a heavy blow to the human race's strength in the Thunder Sea region. Who would have thought that such a foolproof plan would fail now? Now, not only did they fail to kill the human sages, but they also caused the death of 3 ancient demon sages and 13 immortal peak demon sages. This was a huge loss that could not be recovered. Yeah, how did it fail? In order to make this plan go smoothly, our Fiend race's strength in the Thunder Sea region was almost fully mobilized, and we blocked many ancient demon sages and ancient demon sages in advance. Our goal was to prevent the human race's rescue. Who would have thought that there would still be a loophole? What kind of joke is this? The ancient demon sage's expression was extremely ugly. For this plan, they had paid a huge price. Their goal was to severely injure the human race sages and gain an absolute advantage in the Thunder Sea region for the fiend race. However, such a meticulous plan still had a loophole, which caused the fiend race to suffer a huge setback. There's nothing we can do. The human race sages are too lucky. According to the intelligence, the human race sages that suddenly appeared are probably experts from other sea regions. A demon sage gritted his teeth and said, "What a coincidence." That fella was coincidentally near the battlefield and received the distress signal from Cloud's Sun Sage and the others. In the end, our demon sages were unlucky. How could this happen? Cloud's Sun Sage and the others are so lucky that they encountered such a thing. Could it be that man proposes but God disposes? Who is it? Who is that human race expert that killed our demon sages? Capture him immediately and tear him into pieces. That human race sages didn't reveal their identity. Even the human race sages don't know who did it. Damn it. That dog that hides its head but shows its tail. Since he has the ability to kill our demon sages, he doesn't have the guts to reveal his identity? What kind of hero is that? He's just a coward. The demon sages were infuriated. At this moment, they hated that they couldn't capture the human race sages who ruined their plan and tear him into pieces. If it weren't for that fella, their fiend race would have gained a huge advantage in the Thunder Sea region. They wouldn't have to suffer such a huge loss. We have no choice. 3 ancient demon sages and 13 peak immortal realm demon sages are dead. The loss is too great. If this continues, the entire Thunder Sea region will become the human race's territory. The ancient demon sage wore a gloomy face and murderous aura filled his body. Now, we can only activate this plan ahead of time and eradicate the human race's forces in the Thunder Sea region. Lord, if we do that, we might start a war between the two races. This is not a small matter. Thinking of that plan, some ancient demon sages were frightened. Start a war? It's already a war. If we don't recover our losses, our fiend race's forces in the Thunder Sea region will be wiped out by the human race sooner or later. It's either you or I. Don't talk nonsense. I've already reported this to the patriarchs. They also agree with my plan. We'll start executing it today. The ancient demon sage sneered. Yes. Hearing this, the demon sages nodded. Since the patriarchs had agreed, they could only carry out the plan. Chapter 2304. 3 days later, the myriad stars finally arrived at the Thunder Continent. The human race occupied a corner of the Thunder Continent and built a huge and vast city on this boundless continent. It was called the Thunder City. All the human race lived in the Thunder City, and many sages would also use the Thunder City as a place to rest. Occasionally, they would go out for adventures and fight with other races. However, after fighting for a period of time, they would return to the Thunder City to rest and cultivate. Over time, the Thunder City also became the largest gathering place of the human race in the Thunder Sea region. A large number of treasures were traded in the city, making the city extremely prosperous. What a huge human race city! Xia Ping piloted the myriad stars and arrived at the Thunder City. He looked from afar and was immediately shocked by the size of the city. It was simply like an unparalleled giant beast lying dormant in the Thunder Continent. At a glance, it was boundless and he could not see the end of it. It was said that the diameter of the city reached 100 light years. In order to build this city, a lot of resources were spent. The entire city was surrounded by numerous restrictions and formations, and they were densely packed and layered upon one another. It was simply like the lair of a monster, and ordinary forces were utterly incapable of shaking it. Moreover, thousands of terrifying energy turrets were built around the city walls. They were distributed in every corner, and a volley was enough to tear apart a sage's body and destroy an area of hundreds of millions of kilometers. There was no doubt that this was a pure war fortress. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Xia Ping was not the only one who arrived at the Thunder City. There were also many spaceships in the sky. They all arrived at the Thunder City one after another and went in and out of this place. They were very busy. An unfamiliar signal is coming. It's from the Thunder City. They want us to enter the port to accept information verification. At this time, Corinne received an inquiry message from the Thunder City on the spaceship. In fact, every spaceship that entered the Thunder City would undergo a strict inspection. After all, this was the nest of the human race in the Thunder Continent and all dangers must be eliminated. It was impossible for any alien race to enter. All right, let's go. Xia Ping nodded. Soon, the myriad stars landed at a port in the Thunder City. This port was where many spaceships were parked. Many spaceships also entered the port to undergo inspection. When the asterisks entered the Thunder City's port, a laser scanned the inside and outside of the spaceship. After that, a mechanical voice rang out. Scan successful. Human race spaceship confirmed. Identity of spaceship owner confirmed. Genetic information confirmed. You are a human saint. You are granted the authority to enter Thunder City. Whoosh! Xia Ping walked out of the cabin of the multitude stars and waved his hand to keep the multitude stars. He finally entered the human city in the Thunder territory, Thunder City. So many sages. As soon as he entered the Thunder City, Xia Ping walked on the streets and immediately found many saints of the human clan and the saints of the human clan's vassal clans. Immortal sages and near-ancient sages could be seen everywhere on the streets. Even a middle ancient sage would occasionally appear. Clearly, Thunder City was much stronger than the sages of the Stormy Sea region. Other than the sages, he also noticed that there were many mortals in the Thunder City as well. In fact, most of the humans in the Thunder City were mortals who had yet to reach the sempiternal realm. Why are there so many mortals in Thunder City? Xia Ping was very curious. He noticed that the people walking on the streets, as well as the people working in various entertainment venues, restaurants, shopping malls, and so on, were basically all mortals who had yet to reach the sempiternal realm. It was normal for him to find it strange. After all, the mystic zones were a place where sages fought. Living beings who had yet to reach the immortal realm were like ants in this place. A slight shockwave from the battle would cause them to die and turn them into ashes. It's very normal. Corinne had previously inquired about a lot of information about Thunder City, so he immediately said, not only saints can come to the mystic area, some Thunder Retribution Realm powerhouses also come to the mystic area to adventure and look for opportunities to make a breakthrough. And these Lightning Tribulation Realm powerhouses are unable to break through in the mystic zones. Over time, they will settle down and live in this place. They will mate with each other and naturally, many children will be born. Even some sages will mate with each other and give birth to a large number of children. Therefore, with the passage of time, many mortals appeared in Thunder City. And these mortals can't return to the common zones or go to other zones. They can only stay in the mystic zones. However, these mortals living in the mystic zones have a faster promotion speed compared to other zones. They also obtain more experience and the probability of becoming an immortal sage is also higher compared to other zones. So that's how it is. Xia Ping nodded, indicating that he understood this point. Thunder City is the city of sages. A large number of treasures will be traded in this city. Countless treasures collected from the Thunder Sea region will appear in Thunder City. Corinne said in a deep voice, therefore, if you cultivate in this place, as long as you have enough money, you won't have to worry about the lack of cultivation resources. It is an excellent place for cultivation. We should first find a place to temporarily settle down. Indeed, we need to find a place first. It would be better to buy a house here. Only, I don't know what currency is used to trade here. Xia Ping said. Corinne said, the hard currency here is the human army's points. Sometimes, points are even more scarce than universe coins. After all, with points, you can exchange them for all kinds of precious treasures in the human army system. Those are priceless things that can't be bought with money in the outside world. Previously, I checked the houses in Thunder City. Because Thunder City is huge, sages will have a special residential area. Luxurious villas are built inside, covering a vast area. Moreover, the price of the villas is not particularly expensive. A private villa can be bought for about 100,000 points. Indeed, it's not very expensive. Let's buy one. Xia Ping immediately made up his mind. He felt that he should stay in Thunder City for a long time, so having a private residence that was suitable for himself was a very good thing. Okay, I have already bought it. Someone will come to pick us up soon. Corinne was very efficient. He immediately bought a villa in Thunder City on the Human Races Universe virtual network. A few minutes later, an AI robot flew over and arrived at Xia Ping's side. Welcomes. I am XBN, Butler Robot number 007. I am specially at your service. The Hylon District Villa number 7 that you bought should be properly arranged. I don't know when you would like to move in. Can I lead the way? The AI robot butler said. Its whole body was condensed from a silver liquid. It was a high-level liquid robot. Moreover, it seemed to have a very high degree of intelligence, second only to Corinne. Okay, take me there. Xia Ping nodded. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After saying that, the butler robot immediately flew up and led the way, bringing Xia Ping to the Hylon District Villa number 7. Chapter 2305. Thunder City, Hylon District, Villa number 7. Under the guidance of the robot butler, Xia Ping arrived at the villa very quickly. He immediately discovered that the villa occupied a large area, at least hundreds of acres. There were ponds, swimming pools, bridges, training grounds, and other facilities inside. It had almost everything that one needed. It was like a holiday villa. Even the entire villa was set up with a powerful restrictive formation. It seemed to be integrated with the entire Thunder City. If the restrictive formation of the villa was disturbed, it would be equivalent to alarming the entire Thunder City, which would cause a chain reaction. Even the saints of the Middle Ages would not dare to easily disturb such a power. Sir, this villa number 7 is your private residence. Without your permission, no one can approach it. Otherwise, you have the right to kill the other party on the spot without any responsibility. The robot butler said. Not bad. Xia Ping entered villa number 7 and was immediately very satisfied with the place. Most importantly, it was very safe. No matter what he did in the villa, he did not have to worry about being disturbed by others. The 100,000 points were well spent. Sir, I won't disturb your rest then. After saying this, the robot butler immediately left and did not stay in this place. With a beep, the control of the villa was immediately handed over to Xia Ping. He walked in and looked at the surroundings of the villa, feeling very satisfied. Then he went to a hot spring in the villa and temporarily rested. At this moment, the entire villa's defense system was activated. Countless layers of restrictive formations enveloped it, and no power could penetrate the power of the restrictive formations to see the situation inside the villa. By the way, let's see what good things can be exchanged. Xia Ping lay comfortably in the hot spring. With a light tap, the All Saints Temple's exchange list appeared, and a large number of treasures appeared on it. He now had a total of 2 billion points. Even the saints of the Middle Ages might not have such a net worth. After all, there were very few existences like him who could easily kill saints of the near ancient times. With such points, he could exchange for a large number of treasures. Xia Ping. At this moment, Corinne jumped out. Exchange for the special or from the mystical zones, earthly spirit mithril. It will be of great benefit to the stars. Oh, earthly spirit mithril? What's that? Xia Ping asked curiously. It is said that this is a unique or from a strange sea in the mystic zones. It has a great effect on weakening soul attacks. Many soul defense artifacts are made from earth spirit mithril. Corinne revealed the information he knew, his tone very excited. If the stars can be fused with the earthly soul mithril, it will definitely be promoted to a high-grade holy artifact. At the same time, it will have a powerful defense against soul attacks. At that time, it will be able to weaken at least 70% of the enemy's soul attacks. 70%. Hearing this, Xia Ping was immediately moved. In the Saint realm, the most terrifying attack was a soul attack. It could be said that the physical defenses of many Saint-class spaceships were strong enough that ordinary attacks would not be able to damage them. However, soul attacks were different. They were silent, traceless, and formless. They could easily penetrate the spaceship's defenses and directly attack the Saint class. Back then, the astral sage had perished in this manner. He had been blasted by the Soul Secret technique, which had penetrated the astral starship's defenses and instantly killed all the living beings on the astral starship, including the astral sage. If the stars had the ability to defend against soul attacks back then and could weaken the enemy's soul attacks by 70%, the Star Saints would definitely not have died just like that. The problem was that ores that could defend against soul attacks were simply too precious. Basically, they could only be found in the mystic zones. Every gram of earthly soul mithril was priceless and desired by countless saints. After all, this was a life-saving treasure. Who wouldn't want it? How many points do I need to exchange for this earthly spirit mithril? Xia Ping asked. 300 million, I need 300 million points to exchange for enough Earth Soul Mithril to upgrade the stars. Corinne thought for a while and immediately said a number. 300 million points. That's ridiculous. Xia Ping took a deep breath. He knew how terrifying a number 300 million points was. Let alone an immortal sage, even a near-ancient sage wouldn't be able to take out such a number. After all, not all sages were as terrifying as him, able to easily kill sages of the same level, or even kill those of a higher level, thereby gaining a large number of points. Ordinary sages could only train, take risks, and find many treasures to exchange for points. Occasionally, they would have the opportunity to kill sages of the same level. Therefore, points were simply a rare item for many sages. It was difficult to take out 10 million points. Let alone 300 million points, they wouldn't be able to even if they sold it. However, it was clear that the earthly spirit mithril was also worth the price. It could weaken the enemy's soul attacks by 70%. It was simply the best life-saving treasure. Let's exchange. Xia Ping wasn't stingy. Anyway, he had 2 billion points on him now. He didn't even know how to spend them. It was just 300 million points. He could still afford it. Corinne placed the order excitedly and chose to exchange for the item. Immediately, 300 million points disappeared from his account. Apart from strengthening the stars, I also need to strengthen the power of my life treasure, the Chaos Bell. Xia Ping narrowed his eyes. He looked at the exchange list of various treasures and thought about what he wanted to exchange for. Master! At that moment, the Green Ox said, the main materials of the Chaos Bell, Chaos Scarlet Iron, Sound Pattern Stone, and so on, have greatly enhanced the power of Master's life treasure. If you want to continue to improve the Chaos Bell, there are 2 kinds of ores that can be added, Soul Morning Iron and Desolate Copper. They will definitely be of great benefit to the Chaos Bell. Soul Morning Iron and Desolate Copper? Xia Ping clicked on it and immediately saw the information on the exchange list. Sure enough, it was an extremely precious universe level ore. It was priceless and not inferior to the earthly spirit mithril. It was said that this was a strange ore that was born from a certain dark sea in the mystic zones after hundreds of millions of years of bloodthirsty aura. Even if a sage approached it, they would be affected by this or losing their souls and injuring their souls. It could be said that it would take a lot of effort just to excavate the Soul Morning Iron and Desolate Copper. That's right. If these 2 materials can be integrated into it, it can immediately condense the Soul Morning Light. The Green Ox said excitedly, when the Chaos Bell rings, it will stir up waves of Soul Morning Light. Wherever it goes, all sages will have their 7 souls and 6 spirits shattered. How many points do I need? Xia Ping asked. I need 600 million points. The Green Ox said. Xia Ping was speechless. It was another huge expenditure. Sure enough, this kind of universe level ore was very valuable. Even if a sage wanted to exchange for it, it would be extremely painful. Chapter 2306. The next day, after Xia Ping exchanged for these treasures in the Saints' Hall, a spaceship immediately landed in front of the villa's entrance. Following that, a few intelligent robots emerged, carrying precious treasure chests. They did not say anything. After Xia Ping signed, the earthly soul mithril, soulless iron, and desolate copper were all transported to his villa. Although these were all extremely precious treasures, they were in Thunder City, the headquarters of the human race. At the same time, they were escorted by the human army, so no one dared to have any designs on these treasures. As a result, there was no danger during the process. It's starting. After receiving these precious materials, Xia Ping was in high spirits. He immediately began refining his natal treasure, the Bell of Chaos, and the spaceship, Stars. He had nothing else to do in Thunder City for the time being, so it was a good time to refine treasures. It was rare for him to have the free time. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, another 3 months passed. At that moment, in a quiet room in the villa, I finally succeeded. Xia Ping's eyes lit up. After 3 months and countless efforts, he had finally completely fused the earthly soul mithril into Stars, successfully upgrading it to a high-grade saint artifact. At that moment, Stars turned into the main body of the constellation vine. Like a blade of grass, it easily fused into Xia Ping's palm and swayed gently. The blade of grass was silvery white in color. Its leaves, roots, and other parts were completely covered by the earthly soul mithril. It looked like a silver product, shining with silvery white light. At the same time, densely packed formations appeared around the blade of grass. It contained powerful defensive power, and anyone who saw it would know that it was no ordinary item. It's very powerful. It's even more powerful after upgrading to a high-grade saint artifact. Xia Ping could sense the power of the constellation vine. After fusing with the earthly soul mithril, ordinary soul attacks would find it very difficult to penetrate the earthly soul mithril's defense. Even though it was just a thin layer of silvery white on the surface, even the soul attacks of peak ancient saints would not be able to penetrate the earthly soul mithril at all. His divine senses tried to penetrate it, but they found great resistance. It was like passing through cowhide, and it was very difficult to penetrate the outer layer of the earthly soul mithril and reach the constellation vine. Moreover, the earthly soul mithril had the effect of blocking the power of the divine senses. Most probing divine senses would not feel anything when they enveloped the earthly soul mithril, as if they were smoke. It was as if he had become invisible. If the stars were to be completely activated, it would be completely silent. Ordinary sages would not be able to sense any movement from the stars. At the same time, the Earth Soul Mithril also greatly increased the constellation vine's penetrative power and attack power by at least tenfold. Numerous green vines shot out like streams of light, easily piercing through the void. They possessed the power to pierce through all matter, and even had the power to destroy souls. It could be said that the benefits that the Earth Soul Mithril brought to the Thousand Stars vine were simply too great. It was as if the Earth Soul Mithril had transformed into a completely different species, raising the Thousand Stars vine's strength by far, far too much. No wonder Earth Spirit's secret silver is so precious. Countless sages covet it. The benefits it brings to magic treasures are simply too great. Sensing the effects of Earth Spirit's secret silver, Xia Ping could not help but sigh. Haha, with the high-quality Saint Artifact stars, we can go anywhere we want even if the Mystic Zone is huge. Corinne was also very excited. He was extremely satisfied with the current stars. It could become invisible and hide from the detection of foreign sages. It could defend and be directly immune to ordinary soul attacks. Even powerful soul attacks could be weakened by 70%. It was simply a tank, a war fortress. At the same time, its attack power was also very strong. As a universe-level plant-type creature, the Thousand Stars vine was already terrifying enough. With the mithril power integrated into the Earth Soul Mithril, it could increase the Thousand Stars vine's strength by more than tenfold. With such a transportation tool, even if he could not defeat those powerful sages, he could easily escape. It was an absolute life-saving item that was priceless. If any sages knew about the existence of this spaceship, they would probably want to snatch it. Hee hee. At that moment, the green bull at the side sneered. Do you think it's only the stars that have been upgraded? Master's personal magic treasure, the Chaos Bell, has also been upgraded to a high-quality saint artifact. He could not bear to see Corinne being so smug. In fact, in the past 3 months, Xia Ping had not only been refining the stars, but he had also been refining his personal magic treasure, the Chaos Bell. He spent 600 million points to fuse the soul morning iron and desolate copper into his personal magic treasure, the Chaos Bell. As expected, these two universe-level rare materials were extremely beneficial to the Chaos Bell. Their attributes were extremely compatible, and they were easily fused together. When the two materials completely fused with the soul morning iron and desolate copper, there seemed to be a magical chemical effect. Countless restriction arrays surged into the Chaos Bell's body, forming a strange power of laws. At the same time, waves of gray light spread out and swept over, producing a terrifying sound wave. Without a doubt, this was the famous soul morning light. With a slight shake, the grayish-white light spread out. Within a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers, countless living beings would lose their souls and become idiots. These two ores also increased the power of the sound stone to the extreme. The three materials complemented each other. It was not as simple as 1 + 1, but a geometric increase. Therefore, the Chaos Bell had also been upgraded to a high-quality saint artifact, and its power had increased by more than 10 times. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was now the #1 killing saint artifact among the high-quality saint artifacts. Moreover, the Chaos Bell's direct attack on the soul was enough to frighten countless sages. Once the Chaos Bell rang, countless sages would lose their souls and their organs would be shattered. Who could resist it? Xia Ping felt that his personal magic treasure, the Chaos Bell, was getting closer and closer to the legendary Khanate magic treasure. Perhaps one day he would refine the Chaos Bell into such a supreme treasure. Not bad, not bad. With these two magic treasures, my combat strength will definitely be greatly increased. Xia Ping was increasingly satisfied. He felt that he had spent 1.2 billion points this time, but it had been worth it. If not for the human Sacred Hall's help, it would have been very difficult for him to find such rare treasures. Now that he had points, he could exchange for these treasures anywhere. It was really cool to have a big tree to lean on. Master! At that moment, a voice was transmitted into the depths of his sea of consciousness. Luna, what's the matter? Xia Ping's heart skipped a beat. He sensed that Luna was speaking to him telepathically, and it was in the fiery hell. I found a new plane of hell. Luna replied. What? Hearing this, Xia Ping's heart skipped a beat. Then, excitement surged in his heart. Chapter 2307. To be honest, the Infernal Realm was Xia Ping's treasure trove. Putting aside the huge amount of resources in the Infernal Realm, just the demons, and other creatures alone could greatly enhance the Golden Crow of Hell bloodline in his body if he could kill an immortal demon. At the same time, the World Tree also needed the corpses of these demons as nourishment to grow rapidly. Previously, he had conquered the fiery hell, and all the demons in this hell had become his subordinates. At this time, he could not deal with his own subordinates and kill his own people. But it was different to find a new infernal realm. This meant a large number of demons and resources. If he could start a war, he would definitely gain endless benefits. Moreover, he had awakened 9 billion Golden Crow of Hell cells, and was only 1 billion away from the next step. If he could kill some immortal demons, or even ancient demons, his cultivation base would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Thinking of this, Xia Ping did not hesitate. He immediately entered the space of the Pearl of Mountain and River. The Pearl of Mountain and River was left in the villa as a spatial coordinate point in the mystic zones. Then he used the special spatial channel in the Pearl of Mountain and River to return to the Yanhuang Star region, then to the Qingyang Secret Realm, and finally to the Infernal Hell. Luna, you've become immortal? When Xia Ping arrived at the Infernal Hell, he immediately saw Luna waiting for him. He immediately sensed that Luna's current aura was completely different from before. It was much stronger than before, and her body exuded an immortal aura. She had ascended to the immortal realm. A strong aura emanated from Luna's body, like the sun, illuminating the world. There was also an extremely dark energy lying dormant in the depths of her body, like an abyss, unfathomable, and able to devour all the darkness in the world. Yes, master. I have been conquering some infernal realms and devoured many demons. That's how I naturally became immortal. Luna nodded. Her expression was very indifferent, because this was a matter of course. If she had not been besieged and sealed by countless sages when she was just born in the primordial age, she would have long become a lawless and terrifying demon. It was only now that she had been subdued by Xia Ping and signed a contract that she restrained the ferocity in her body. What? Xia Ping raised an eyebrow. Judging from Luna's words, it seemed like this wasn't the first time a new hell plane had been discovered. Some had been discovered before, but this hell plane wasn't an ordinary plane, so she informed him. Could it be that you've discovered some hell planes before? He could not help but ask. Yes. Luna said, previously, I learned a new bloodline ability, Corpse Bug Doppelganger. A drop of blood can turn into billions of corpse bugs, so these corpse bugs spread out and explored the void. In the end, they found some planes of hell, about 3 of them. However, these hellish planes are too small, even smaller than the infernal inferno. Each hellish plane can only give birth to 3 immortal fiends. So, I destroyed them all and plundered their essence. I didn't inform Master for now. She said that during this period of time, she had already destroyed 3 hellish planes and killed 9 undying demons. Insect Corpse Doppelganger. Upon hearing this, Xia Ping immediately knew what kind of extraordinary bloodline god Art Luna had comprehended. If it was just an ordinary clone, it would simply not be worth mentioning. But this was a corpse beast doppelganger. Don't underestimate it just because it was a clone, but it had the terrifying characteristic of a corpse beast, undying. With such terrifying characteristics, even the Hell Monsoon, which could destroy and kill demons in the hellish world, could do nothing to it. Therefore, the trillions of corpse bug doppelgangers spread out in all directions with the infernal inferno as the center. In fact, as the Hell Monsoon blew, they scattered to every corner. As a result, some of the corpse bug doppelganger landed on different hellish planes. Using the special mental connection between the doppelganger and the infernal inferno, these corpse bug doppelganger became the spatial coordinates of the infernal inferno. At the same time, Luna could observe the situation of each hell plane through the corpse bug doppelganger. The 3 hell planes she destroyed before were also found in this way. I see. Xia Ping suddenly understood. Luna's bloodline god Art was simply the best way to explore. With the trillions of corpse bug doppelganger, she could easily explore every corner of hell. She didn't even have to sacrifice the lives of other demons. After all, other demons had to pay the price of their lives in order to travel through the Hell Monsoon. But the corpse bug doppelganger was different. The Hell Monsoon and all sorts of hellish disasters couldn't kill them. Although these corpse bug doppelganger were weak, they contained the property of undying and indestructible. They were simply too difficult to deal with. They were simply the best scouts in the world. Master, these are the origins of the 3 hell planes. Luna waved her hand, and 3 hell's origin essences appeared in her hand. They were the size of glass beads, much weaker than the infernal inferno. However, the hell's origin energy contained within them was incomparably pure, and contained infinite mysteries. Deep within the hell's origin essences, there seemed to be a dense array of hell's characters that seemed to contain hell's scriptures. She didn't devour the hell's origin essences, because they wouldn't be of much use to her. However, they would be of great benefit to Xia Ping. Moreover, if she could fuse them with the infernal inferno's origin essences, she could immediately strengthen the infernal inferno. Very good. Xia Ping reached out and took the 3 dark gold hell's origin essences, which were the size of glass beads. He could immediately sense that they contained rich and pure origin energy. Rumble, he made a grasping motion, and the 3 hell's origin essences fused into his body, where they were devoured by the infernal inferno's origin essences in his dantian. Immediately, an enormous amount of hell's power flowed into his limbs and bones like a tidal wave, and was quickly devoured by every single golden crow of hell's cell in his body. The spiritual power within his body, as well as the spiritual power of his 9 violet kingdom dimensions, began to rise at a rate visible to the naked eye. Even the golden crow of hell cells within him began to awaken. 100 million, 200 million, 300 million, 400 million. One by one, the golden crow of hell cells began to awaken under the influence of the hell's origin essences. It was as if planets were exploding inside of him. With each awakened golden crow of hell cell, a large amount of dark gold energy flowed into Xia Ping's veins, causing his body to undergo earth-shaking changes. After who knew how much time had passed, Xia Ping finally finished devouring the three hell's origin essences. Shockingly, the number of golden crow of hell cells awakened inside of him had reached 10 billion. Chapter 2308. When the number of golden crow cells in Xia Ping's body reached 10 billion, it was a critical point. Suddenly, the bloodline in his body underwent an earth-shattering change. It was as if he had been reborn. With his body as the center, a terrifying aura spread out, instantly enveloping the entire burning hell. All the abyss devils, nether ghosts, demons, and other creatures could feel the aura Xia Ping exuded. At this moment, every corner of the burning hell was filled with the scorching aura of the golden crow. The terrifying heat enveloped every corner. Vaguely, Xia Ping seemed to have transformed into an eternal sun, radiating light in all directions. Any living creature in hell would be able to bask in his radiance. Lord, his lordship has returned. Heavens, what kind of light is this? It completely dispels the darkness of hell. Why? Why does this sunlight not have any destructive power? Why does my body feel so warm? All the abyss devils were bathed in the light of the golden crow. They could feel the light dispelling the endless darkness, and even easily penetrating their hearts, dispelling the cold and darkness in the depths of their hearts. It was as if they had returned to the origin of hell. Wrapped in a warm power, they felt an unprecedented sense of peace, security, and happiness. Bang, bang, bang. The abyss devils prostrated themselves on the ground, seemingly worshipping the distant sun. They shed tears of gratitude, as if they were worshipping the great God they believed in. Some of the abyss devils closer to Xia Ping felt even more deeply. They even felt that their bodies were bathed in this sunlight, and their bloodline power and souls were constantly rising. Splash, after an unknown period of time, Xia Ping's blood had completely turned dark gold. Every drop of blood contained the power of the golden crow of hell. It seemed to be all-encompassing. Each drop of blood seemed to contain a character of hell. Countless drops of blood gathered together, and countless characters of hell rearranged themselves to form a supreme hell scripture. Immediately, endless inheritance information from the depths of his bloodline, this supreme hell scripture, seemed to surge into the depths of his sea of consciousness. Then this hell scripture spun in the depths of his sea of consciousness, shining with endless golden light. It was as if a god of the underworld was murmuring in the depths of his sea of consciousness, its mantra shaking the void and triggering the laws of the void. Finally, the hell's runes quickly condensed into a dark gold swastika symbol. He immediately knew that he had finally awakened a bloodline ability, Nether God Devil Curse. Nether God's Curse? Xia Ping's eyes flashed with a terrifying golden light. This bloodline god art wasn't an offensive god art or a defensive god art. It was a support or even a control god art. As long as he willed it, a drop of blood could be condensed into a hell talisman, which could then be transformed into an infernal god demonic curse, which could easily penetrate the souls of fiends and control their lives and loyalty. This was similar to the soul seal, a secret technique that could control souls. However, a soul seal could only control 9 slaves at most, while the Nether God's curse could control countless demons and demons. There was no limit to the number. As long as one's soul strength was strong enough, they would be able to endure it. However, this also had its drawbacks. It could not control creatures with innately powerful souls or creatures with extremely firm wills. It could only control creatures with weak souls. Moreover, it was not as good as the soul seal, which could imperceptibly influence the slave and make the slave willingly submit and never betray him. If the other party was determined to betray him and was not afraid of death, then there was nothing he could do. Even so, the effect of the Nether God's curse was extremely shocking. If the other party really betrayed him, as long as Xia Ping willed it, the other party would be dead even if they escaped to the ends of the world. Their souls would be burned to ashes by the hellfire. Such an effect was enough to make countless fiends fear him and not dare to betray him easily. Xia Ping's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly realized that after devouring the 3 hell plane essences, the burning hell had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. First, the 3 hell planes that were destroyed by Luna turned into light spots. They passed through countless layers of space and were pulled into the burning hell by the power of hell's origin. Boom! In an instant, the 4 hell planes rapidly merged together. Not only was it the fusion of hell's origin, but also their land, sky, and even the plane laws. It didn't take long for Xia Ping's divine sense to sense that the entire burning hell had expanded. It kept expanding until it was more than twice as big as before. The mountains of the burning hell were growing taller and taller, towering into the sky. Rivers were growing stronger and stronger, like giant dragons crawling across the land. Even the density of hell's energy was increasing. Large amounts of precious hell ores and resources were appearing in every corner of the burning hell. This was a hell plane upgrading. It's upgrading. The burning hell is upgrading. What dense hell's energy? I feel like my strength is constantly rising. Praise the Overlord. He actually plundered the energy of other hell planes. This is wonderful. Countless fiends were excited. As natives of the burning hell, they were the most sensitive to the burning hell's upgrading. It was also extremely beneficial to them. This was because every time a hell plane upgraded, it would emit an immense amount of hell's origin energy that would permeate the void and pour into every fiend's body. Originally, they would need thousands of years to evolve. But now, they could complete it in just a few days. Their speed of improvement was countless times faster than before. In fact, some fiends who were stuck in bottlenecks would even loosen their bottlenecks due to the upgrading of their planes, allowing them to comprehend many of the laws of hell and gain boundless benefits. That was why the underworld fought against the Undying. This was because every time the hell plane advanced, the benefits to the demons were simply too great. In fact, some of the suzerains of hell would even slaughter and conquer other hellish planes for the sake of their own breakthroughs. Otherwise, it would take them millions upon millions of years to achieve their breakthroughs. Yes, the heavenly tribulation is coming. As the burning hell leveled up, Xia Ping looked up and saw countless tribulation clouds gathering in the sky, covering the entire burning hell. A terrible heavenly tribulation energy rolled and surged in the depths of the tribulation clouds. The terrifying heavenly tribulation energy filled the entire burning hell, causing countless demons to tremble. Chapter 2309. Heavens, what's going on? Many infernal fiends immediately discovered that the entire burning infernal realm was shrouded in a layer of tribulation clouds. They were incomparably thick, like mercury. The depths of the clouds contained terrifying tribulation energy, as if tribulation lightning could descend at any moment. For these infernal fiends and nether ghosts, tribulation lightning was undoubtedly one of the most terrifying powers. Many infernal fiends trembled when they sensed this power, feeling fear from the depths of their souls. Tribulation lightning, and it's the famous 8th metal tribulation lightning. Some of the more experienced and knowledgeable infernal demons immediately recognized that this was the famous tribulation lightning. No way, it's 8th metal tribulation lightning. Why would such tribulation lightning appear? From ancient times until now, nothing like this has ever happened in the burning infernal realm. Some nether ghosts were dumbfounded. They felt that if this tribulation lightning descended, as nether ghosts, they would be turned to ashes. They wouldn't be able to resist for long. This was a terrifying tribulation lightning that could kill immortals and heavily injure ancient infernal fiends. Maybe our burning infernal realm ascended and devoured the source energies of other infernal realms, which triggered the tribulation lightning? Some infernal fiends guessed. Because the burning infernal realm had never ascended, they were all country bumpkins. They didn't know what would happen after an infernal realm ascension. Impossible, I've never heard of such a thing. How could an infernal realm ascension trigger tribulation lightning? This is ridiculous. How do you know it's impossible? Perhaps the burning infernal realm's ascension violated a great taboo. Shut up, the tribulation lightning seems to be targeting the Lord. The Lord seems to be fighting at the center of the clouds. I hope the Lord can win. Otherwise, the entire burning infernal realm will be destroyed. Don't worry, it's not like you don't know how terrifying the Lord's strength is. He can even kill immortal fiends, so a mere eighth metal tribulation lightning is nothing. The infernal fiends were all deeply worried. But when they thought of Xia Ping's previous accomplishments and his formidable combat strength, they immediately regained their confidence. At this time, in the center of the clouds, the tribulation really came on time, and its 108 layers of eighth metal tribulation lightning. They really think highly of me. Xia Ping stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking up at the enormous clouds. He could feel the terrifying aura from the huge tribulation cloud. Even though he was a saint at the peak of immortal realm, he still felt threatened. If it was a normal undying saint, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. Even near ancient saints would be heavily injured and half of their bodies would be paralyzed. Master! Luna looked at Xia Ping worriedly. Don't worry, it's just an eighth metal tribulation thunder. It's nothing. You should leave first so that you won't be affected by the heavenly tribulation. Xia Ping waved his hand and let Luna leave in peace. All right. Upon hearing this, Luna nodded. She knew that she wouldn't be of much help in the face of the heavenly tribulation. Besides, with her master strength, the 108 lightning strikes shouldn't be a problem. With a whoosh, her figure flickered, and she immediately moved 1,000,000 kilometers away, watching from afar. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the tribulation clouds in the sky above the burning hell surged. Golden lightning bolts descended like giant dragons, containing boundless destructive power and penetrative power, as if they wanted to reduce this demon to ashes. Moreover, it wasn't just one golden lightning bolt. Once it appeared, there were hundreds and thousands of them, covering hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Every inch of the air gave off a destructive aura. Good timing. Xia Ping didn't dodge. He circulated the dark north body protection technique, and his entire body was wrapped up by a ball of blue energy. It quickly condensed into a dense law barrier, like a Kunpeng had entered his body. With his body as the center, a Kunpeng domain was formed, covering 1,000,000 kilometers. It was as if the entire space was wrapped up by an endless ocean. Peng ping ping. In an instant, hundreds and thousands of eighth metal tribulation thunder descended and were instantly wrapped up by the domain. No matter how terrifying the lightning was, it was easily digested and even devoured by the domain. Walala instantly, Xia Ping felt the enormous eighth metal tribulation thunder surge into his dantian, being refined by the solar furnace deep within his body. All impurities were removed, and only the purest lightning essence energy was left. The enormous lightning essence energy immediately surged into his limbs and bones, as well as his 9 purple mansions. With a thought, he discovered that his magic power had suddenly risen to the peak of the sempiternal realm. Even his 9 purple mansions were filled with the enormous energy. There was no space left. And seeing that the purple mansions were no longer able to contain the energy actually circled around and returned to his body, flowing into every cell in his body. In particular, the cells in his body that had been spatialized earlier were all devouring the energy like a whale nibbling away at its prey, leaving not a single drop behind. Are these spatial cells? Xia Ping's eyes lit up. He finally understood how powerful the near-ancient sage was. After reaching the near-ancient realm, they had completely comprehended the law of space, allowing every cell in their body to turn into space. It was completely unimaginable how much energy such a near-ancient sage could store. Moreover, he had the bloodline of the Golden Crow of Hell, and the cells of the Golden Crow of Hell flowed in his body. Every cell was more than 1,000 times larger than an ordinary cell, and the amount of energy they could store was even more terrifying. Dong dong dong. Before Xia Ping could think about it, terrifying metal tribulation lightning descended from the void. Each time, there would be hundreds or even thousands of them, and each of them contained enough power to kill ordinary undying demons. But when these lightning bolts landed on Xia Ping's body, they were rapidly refined by the solar furnace in his body. No matter how violent the lightning bolts were, under the refinement of the solar furnace, they were all submissive. Moreover, the magic power in his body was also rising, and the energy rapidly filled every single spatial cell in his body. Heavens, Lord Overlord is too terrifying. He's using the lightning tribulation to temper his body. He's looking down on the heavenly tribulation too much. He's practically treating it as nothing. As expected of Lord Overlord, the Overlord who unified the entire burning hell. He's truly not something we can imagine. So what if it's a mere heavenly tribulation? It won't be able to harm a single hair on Lord Overlord's body. In the distance, the many demons, nether ghosts, demons, and other hell creatures were all incomparably excited when they saw this scene. They felt that their Lord Overlord was simply like a god. Countless hell creatures feared the heavenly tribulation, and they couldn't even dodge it in time. But Lord Overlord dared to face it head-on, and even directly devoured the lightning bolts to strengthen himself. What a magnificent feat! Chapter 23:10. It's full. Xia Ping ignored the demons of hell around him. He felt dozens of metal tribulation thunder bombarding down from the sky, and countless thunder energy essences were being devoured by him. His magic power was increasing crazily, almost to the peak, and his originally spatialized cells were all able to accommodate it. However, there was so much thunder energy that he could not fully accommodate it with his current body strength. By the way, I still have 3 spatial fruits on me. I can take advantage of this time to devour and refine them to improve the degree of my body's spatialization. Xia Ping suddenly remembered that he still had 3 spatial fruits that he had not devoured. They were obtained by the World Tree after he killed the 3 near ancient demon saints of the Sirius clan. With a wave of his hand, he took out 3 spatial fruits of different sizes. Of the 3 near ancient demon saints he killed, 1 was at the peak near ancient demon saint, and the other 2 were at the middle near ancient demon saint. The power of the law of space in the body of the peak near ancient demon saint was more than 10 times that of the power of the law of space in the body of the middle near ancient demon saint. Therefore, the spatial fruit refined by it contained more than 10 times the power of the law of space, and the effect was better. The power of the law of space in the middle near ancient demon saint was also 10 times that of the law of space in the early near ancient demon saint. It could be said that these 3 spatial fruits were much better than the spatial fruits Xia Ping took last time. Xia Ping did not hesitate and immediately devoured the 3 spatial fruits. Rumble. Suddenly, the 3 spatial fruits entered his body and were quickly refined. Then, countless laws of space rushed into his limbs and bones, and the huge power of space was transforming his body. His cells were crystallizing and spatializing. Xia Ping's understanding of the law of space was increasing at a geometrical speed, and his understanding of the law of space was becoming more thorough. At this moment, a huge power of space was pouring into every cell in his body, just like when Pangu created the world. Every cell was like a chaotic world, and then it was opened by the power of Pangu, forming an independent small world. He felt that his body seemed to have countless Dantian sea of qi, and countless cells could contain a huge amount of energy. Perhaps there was no concept of a Dantian sea of qi, and every cell was a sea of qi. 35%. After a long time, Xia Ping felt that his body had completely devoured the spatial energy contained in the 3 spatial fruits, as well as the huge information of the law of space. He suddenly discovered that 35% of his cells had been spatialized. Xia Ping had a premonition that when all the cells in his body were fully spatialized, he would become a near-ancient sage. When 35% of the cells in his body were spatialized, he felt an extremely hungry aura coming from his body. Like a glutton, it desired to devour a huge amount of energy to satisfy its body. Right now, It was completely unimaginable how terrifying Xia Ping's current body was. It was simply like a bottomless pit. Originally, an ordinary spatial cell could contain as much energy as a Dantian's Qi. However, the Golden Crow Hell cells in Xia Ping's body could contain more than 1,000 times more energy than an ordinary spatial cell. But now, 35% of his cells had spatialized. His body was like a black hole. No matter how much energy he devoured, he could not satisfy himself. Bang bang bang. As if sensing the increase in Xia Ping's aura above the sky, the terrifying will of the universe became even more furious. Huge tribulation clouds surged, and billions of metal tribulation lightning descended, wanting to smash this monster into pieces. All the hell creatures were scared half to death. This was an attack that could destroy the world. The entire burning hell was trembling like an eggshell. It could be destroyed at any moment. They were so scared that they prostrated on the ground, not daring to look directly at it. Some dark ghosts even hid in the depths of the caves, not daring to come out. Any metal tribulation lightning that got close was enough to turn these Yin-type creatures into ashes. Good timing. Xia Ping was now bursting with power. The magic power in his body was so strong that it made people's hair stand on end. He already had a part of the power of an ancient saint, so he was not afraid of the power of the tribulation lightning. He directly rushed into the depths of the tribulation clouds, letting the lightning strike him and the tribulation lightning obliterate him. If it were an ordinary person, this would be stupid. It was basically suicide. As soon as he got close, he would be turned into ashes. Even an ancient saint would not be able to stop it. But Xia Ping was different. His body was too strong. It was like an indestructible body. His body was like a black hole that could devour all the energy in the world. Rumble, suddenly, countless metal tribulation lightning came down like thunder dragons. But when the power of the tribulation lightning entered Xia Ping's body, it was immediately silent. It was as if it had been devoured by a black hole. There was no splash at all. The magic power in his body also increased crazily. Huge amounts of energy flowed into every spatial cell in his body. In the blink of an eye, 7 days and 7 nights passed. The 108 levels of metal tribulation lightning struck Xia Ping for 7 days and 7 nights. It almost razed the area within a radius of 10 million kilometers to the ground. There used to be many mountains in the surroundings, but now they were all gone. Huge pits were formed. The power of the tribulation lightning pierced through the ground. Endless water surged out from the depths of the ground, turning the place into an ocean. It looked blue and boundless. Even the power of the metal tribulation lightning spread out for 10 million kilometers. It seeped into every material in the place, even the ocean. It completely changed the energy attribute of the place, turning the place into a golden sea of lightning. Every drop of water in the sea contained the power of metal tribulation lightning. The soil, ores, and all sorts of minerals were corroded and stained with the attributes of the metal tribulation lightning. Everywhere was shining with golden light. It could be said that the tribulation wasn't just the power of the tribulation. It also contained the power of creation. Once it appeared, it would transform the place of tribulation into an unparalleled treasure land, giving birth to countless precious treasures. The 108 levels of tribulation lightning ended just like that. Too little. Really too little. Standing on the sea of lightning, Xia Ping opened his eyes. He was still a little dissatisfied. He had devoured 108 levels of metal tribulation lightning, but it still couldn't fill up the spatial cells in his body. It didn't even reach 10% of the cells in his body. His body was still sending him a message of hunger, eager to devour more pure energy. Even so, the heavenly tribulation had benefited him immensely. Not only had the magic power in his body increased tremendously, but the Golden Crow Hell cells in his body had also awakened at a crazy rate. At this point, he had awakened a total of 13 billion cells. It could be said that the current Golden Crow of Hell bloodline was 30% richer than before. Xia Ping's heart skipped a beat. He found that after awakening 10 billion Golden Crow of Hell cells, he seemed to have undergone an even more mysterious and unbelievable change. A mysterious bloodline power, with his body as the center, spread to the entire burning hell, corroding every hell creature in the burning hell. Chapter 23:11. When the bloodline power swept through every corner of the burning hell, the place closest to Xiaoping where the demons gathered immediately changed. Boom! A 3-meter-tall black demon wolf suddenly changed. Its body immediately expanded, and all the muscles in its body swelled. It suddenly became 6 meters tall, and its strength was several times stronger than before. Its sharp claws became sharper and sharper, like treasured swords that could cut through iron as if it were mud. With a light scratch on the ground, it easily tore several terrifying cracks, causing the earth to crack. There was even a pair of scarlet wings growing out of its back. Its entire body was condensed from flames, and it seemed as though every feather contained a tyrannical flame power. With a light shake, the wings flapped wildly, immediately setting off a terrifying hurricane that swept in all directions, causing the surrounding mountains to collapse. At the same time, the scorching flames seemed to have turned into a flaming storm. My God, what happened? The surrounding demons were scared half to death. They had no idea what was going on. They quickly retreated, distancing themselves from the demon wolf that had suddenly changed. Their eyes were filled with shock and bewilderment. They all found that the demon wolf's strength was several times more terrifying than before. But the change did not end. It had just begun. A water demon lion in the distance seemed to have also changed. First, its body immediately expanded several times, becoming the size of a small mountain. Every inch of its muscles contained a terrifying magic power. Then, a pair of black wings suddenly grew on its body, and every feather was filled with terrible black flames. This was the dark flames from hell. Then, red scales grew on its body, and every scale contained a strong red flame. It was as if its entire body was wrapped in flames at this moment. With a bang, it looked up to the sky and let out an excited roar. With its body as the center, it immediately produced a terrifying sound wave that swept in all directions. The area within 1,000 miles was razed to the ground, and all the rocks were shattered. Most of the evil demons nearby were sent flying like rubber balls, unable to resist at all. Even violent flames surged out of its body, burning the earth. Its 4 hooves trampled on the ground, turning the soil within 100 miles into lava. The violent lava flowed on the ground, and thick smoke rose everywhere. What's going on? Why did this happen to the water demon lion? I don't know. I don't understand at all. I've lived for tens of thousands of years, but I've never seen anything like this. It's incredible. But it doesn't seem to be a bad thing. Instead, it's a good thing. Many of the demons were puzzled. They had no idea what was going on. If the demon wolf's mutation was an accident, then what was the reason for the water demon lion's mutation? And such a mutation was obviously of great benefit to the 2 demons. After all, his strength had increased by several times in an instant. Who wouldn't want such a change to happen? This was like a pie falling from the sky. It was truly unimaginable. The rock demon. The rock demon is mutating as well. A demon roared as he looked at the mountain-like rock demon in the distance. The other party was like a giant that was 20 meters tall. Every inch of its muscles was formed from rock, revealing clear muscle veins. It was extremely valiant. Suddenly, the rock demon was surrounded by golden flames, shining brightly. It was like a giant with a height of 20 meters. Every inch of its muscles was made of rock, showing clear muscle lines. But now, the rock demon's entire body was surrounded by golden flames, emitting endless light. It was as if it had turned into a magma giant, controlling the powerful power of fire. At the same time, its eyes also changed dramatically. There seemed to be mysterious flame runes engraved in the depths of its pupils, as if there was a sun living in it. A mysterious golden rune also appeared on the rock demon's forehead. It seemed to make the rock demon's entire body stronger. Every rock was covered in gold. Ah, my strength has increased several times. I've broken through the limit of my bloodline and become a golden rock demon. The rock demon was excited and roared. With a thud, its huge fist slammed into the ground, immediately causing a terrifying destructive force. A terrifying earthquake occurred within a radius of thousands of kilometers, and terrifying sound waves spread in all directions. Suddenly, a terrifying crack stretched for thousands of kilometers, as if it was tearing the ground apart. Impossible, the rock demon broke through the limit of its bloodline. How is this possible? The demons were dumbfounded and could not believe their eyes. In hell, bloodlines were a factor that limited all demons. Although bloodlines couldn't limit a person's strength, they could limit the limits of a demon's strength. In other words, it was impossible for a low-class demon to become a middle-class demon or even a high-class demon. This was the so-called talent limitation. No matter how hard you worked, no matter how much effort you put in, your strength was limited. You would never be able to break through the limits of your race's bloodline. But now, this rock demon with ordinary strength could only achieve so much in its lifetime. It was impossible for it to advance any further. But at that moment, the strength of the rock golem suddenly increased by several times, breaking through the limits of its bloodline. No, it should be said that its bloodline had become even more terrifying. It was completely different from before, as if it had undergone a mutation. Look, nether ghosts. Those nether ghosts are also changing. Quite a few abyss devils screamed as they stared at the distant group of nether ghosts. The dark ghosts were a single race to begin with, and they could not mutate at all. They were just ghosts. But at this moment, these nether ghosts were also changing. Their originally incorporeal bodies were now bursting with black flames. These were netherworld ghost flames that came from the depths of hell, and they contained a terrifying destructive power. Special black runes instantly poured into the bodies of these nether ghosts, giving them inconceivable power. The powerful netherworld ghost flames burned fiercely. Their bodies had almost become corporeal, as if they had bodies of flesh and blood. These nether ghosts immediately began to emit waves of coldness. With their bodies as the center, a terrifying ice storm appeared, freezing everything within thousands of kilometers. These netherworld ghost flames were cold flames that could freeze everything, even the soul. The demons were scared half to death. They retreated, not daring to get close to these nether ghosts. They were afraid that if they were corroded by the netherworld ghost flames, their souls would collapse and they would turn to ash. I know. Suddenly, an ancient abyss devil cried out in joy. This is a bloodline corrosion, a bloodline corrosion. It seemed to think of something, and its body began to tremble with excitement. It was almost unable to suppress its excitement. Chapter 23:12. Bloodline erosion? What do you mean by bloodline erosion? Many demons didn't understand this. They didn't know what it was either. It's an ancient legend, the ancient demons said excitedly. It said that in the depths of hell, there are some terrifying demons with the bloodline of gods and demons. These demons' bloodline power surpasses everything. They're the kings of all demons, true descendants of demon gods. Once such a descendant of a demon god appears, he'll be chased by countless creatures of hell. He'll willingly become his subordinate, offering his loyalty and never betraying him. Why would he willingly submit? Many demons were puzzled. As demons of hell, they were all arrogant and untamed. Unless the other party was stronger than them and could suppress them, they would never submit. Not to mention, they would willingly submit and become the other party's slave. The reason is simple. It's because of the bloodline of the demon god's descendants. The ancient demon clenched his fist. This bloodline power is of the highest level in hell. It's extremely invasive and can distort everything. If demons like us get close to the demon god's descendants, we'll immediately be affected by their bloodline and become their dependents. From then on, our bodies will be contaminated with a trace of the demon god's bloodline. Even if it's just a trace, it's an opportunity to change our fate. This kind of demon god's bloodline can allow low-level demons to advance to middle-level demons, middle-level demons to advance to high-level demons, and high-level demons to advance to peak-level demons, thereby breaking through the bloodline's restrictions. What? Hearing this, all the infernal demons were shocked, and boundless waves surged in their hearts. Merely staying by the side of a demon god's descendant would actually cause them to be corroded by the demon god's bloodline, and from there become his dependents, completely changing their fates. If they were low-level demons, they might only be able to reach the Golden Core realm or the Aspect realm their entire lives. But if they could become the dependents of a demon god's descendant and be contaminated with a trace of the demon god's bloodline, they might be able to raise their strength to the Lightning Tribulation realm or even become an immortal demon. If low-level demons could have such a fortuitous encounter, then what about middle-level demons and even high-level demons? The benefits they could obtain were simply unimaginable. It was no wonder that the appearance of a demon god's descendant would cause countless demons to crazily pledge their loyalty. This not only represented following a future ruler of hell, but it was also an opportunity to change their fate. It's said that in the infernal realm, some of the more powerful infernal planes are ruled by the descendants of demon gods. The ancient abyss devil said solemnly, "As a result, these abyss devils from the plains of hell have all become the kin of the demon god and broken through the limits of their bloodline. Their combat strength is several times stronger than other abyss devils of the same rank, and their potential is limitless. The reason why the demon wolves, water demon lions, rock demons, and dark ghosts underwent such strange changes is clearly because they were corroded by the demon god's bloodline and became the demon god's servants." It voiced its conjecture. In that case, our Lord is likely to be a true descendant of the demon god. Many demons were so excited that they could hardly contain themselves. It's not a possibility. There's no doubt that his lordship is a true descendant of the demon god. The ancient fiend devil roared, "We're rich! We're rich! As long as we follow this Lord, we'll be able to ascend to the heavens in a single step. We'll become the rulers of hell. This Lord is the natural king of the infernal world, a natural ruler. Sooner or later, he will also stand at the peak of the infernal world, and we will also become the followers of the great devil god, sweeping through the heavens." It was incredibly excited. After living for so long, it finally had a chance to change its fate. Right now, this mighty descendant of the demon god was still not very powerful. It could only be said to have risen from the bottom, which was why it had the chance to follow such a mighty existence. If it could continue to follow this mighty descendant of the demon god, fighting all over the world, it would definitely become a mighty demon god one day, and its name would resound throughout the infernal world. Hurry, hurry and get closer to his lordship. It said that the closer you get to his lordship, the more your bloodline will be corroded, and the stronger your demon god's bloodline will be. Chance. This is a chance to ascend to the heavens in a single step. As long as I can get close to his lordship, even if I'm just a low-level demon god, I can become a demon god's follower that far surpasses the highest-level demon god. The eyes of the many demons and dark ghosts turned red, and they almost couldn't restrain themselves. As if on a pilgrimage, they madly rushed towards Xia Ping, trying to be corroded and infected by the demon god's bloodline. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 days passed. Over the past 5 or 6 days, the burning hell had been constantly changing. Every fiend, demon, and nether ghost had undergone a heaven-shaking transformation. Some of them had wings on their bodies, either golden or black. They had grasped the ability to fly, and some had even grasped the terrifying power of fire. With a light flap of their wings, they would create a boundless storm of fire. Some of the giant abyssal's bodies had become stronger, and a tyrannical power of fire had seeped into the depths of their bloodlines. Their entire bodies were set ablaze, and dense scales had even appeared on their bodies, making them indestructible. Moreover, they were incredibly strong, as if their bodies contained endless power. They could easily move mountains and drain seas. Some demons had elementalized, transforming into creatures of fire. Their bodies burned with terrifying flames, and wherever they went, the earth would be turned to lava. Not even a blade of grass would grow. They were equivalent to having half an immortal body, and ordinary demons couldn't kill them. Some demons' eyes had also changed. They seemed to gain all kinds of special abilities, making them extremely strange and mysterious. Some of the nether ghosts had also undergone inconceivable changes. They had also grasped the power of nether fire. Some of their bodies had even grown armor, while others had grown weapons. It was as if these dark ghosts had turned into true ghost generals. The strength of the burning hell's demons had increased several times over, and as time passed, the power of their bloodline was madly increasing. Sensing this change, these demons grew even more frenzied. They hurried towards Xiaoping's palace like they were on a pilgrimage. They knew that this was a chance to change their fate. As a result, the area around the palace was filled with infernal demons. Almost all the demons of the burning hell had come. The stronger the demon, the closer they were to the palace, the more bloodline corrosion they would receive, and the more power they would obtain. This excited the demons even more. However, they didn't dare to get too close to the palace of this lord of the demon god's descendant. They only stayed outside the palace as loyal guards. They were unprecedentedly loyal, completely different from before. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.